Hello and welcome to the Megacast. Today's topic is supporting public, private, hybrid, and multi-cloud efforts. This event is produced by ActualTech Media, and on this event you'll hear from experts at a long list of the most innovative technology companies in the world today, starting with Nutanix, Cohesity, Rubrik, NetApp, TierPoint, SolarWinds, Faction, Couchbase, and Riverbed. We have an incredible show lined up for you today. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us on this special Megacast presentation. Now, before we get started, we've got a little bit of housekeeping information that you should be aware of. We have a number of prizes to give away on the event today. This is a Megacast, and I'd like to say we have a mega lineup of prizes. I'll talk about those in just a moment, as well as the qualifications to be eligible for the prize drawings. We also want this to be an educational event. That's one of the many reasons that we created the Megacast and EcoCast event series, to help educate IT professionals such as yourselves about the latest and greatest technology solutions. So we encourage you to use the questions tab. It's on the left-hand side of your audience console. In fact, I can call your attention to it now. That is the questions tab there, and we'll be doing our best to answer all of your questions throughout today's presentation. We'll also be doing dedicated Q&A sessions with each of today's presenters after their respective presentations, so get your questions in early. We also want this to be a social event. I'll talk about the hashtag in just a moment, but you can tweet directly from your console on the bottom of the screen using the Twitter icon, and the hashtag will be automatically appended. I'll be monitoring Twitter throughout the event, and of course we appreciate your tweets about what you've learned, or how you might be benefiting from today's Megacast. And then finally, we have resources on the left-hand side of your console. There are a number of PDF assets that you can download now, as well as links to each of the respective presenters' websites or free trials, whatever it might be. So make sure you check out those resources there on the left-hand side of your console. And with that, let's talk for just a moment here about prizes. We have 5 DJI Mavic Air 2 drones. These are really awesome. I wish I had one of these myself. You can do some really cool stuff with these, and we'll be giving out 5 of them today. We'll also be giving out $500 Amazon gift cards every 30 minutes, basically after every presentation on the event. You must be live in attendance to qualify for the drawings, and there are a few other prize terms and conditions that you need to be aware of. You can find those terms and conditions there in the Handouts tab where it says ATM Prize Terms. All prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to ActualTech Media. We'll reach out to prize winners via email after the event, and I'll be announcing the prize winners live on today's Megacast. Now, ActualTech Media has been donating $500 to Direct Relief for every Megacast, EcoCast, and Summit event that we run, and we're going to keep doing this until COVID-19 is beat. Direct Relief is a charitable organization that's providing PPE equipment and other necessities to frontline healthcare workers. We'll be supporting Direct Relief, and of course we appreciate your support of them as well, and indirectly you are supporting them simply by attending this event, so thank you. We've also been supporting the One Tree Planted and the Diane Fossey Gorilla Fund through the Gorilla Guide Book Club. You can download free educational books at gorilla.guide. Just open your web browser, go to the address bar, put in gorilla.guide, and you can download a wide range of technology books. They are high quality, very valuable resources. They're completely free over at gorilla.guide. The hashtag for today's event is ATM Megacast, and if you go down to the Twitter icon, you'll see that that will be automatically appended if you tweet. You can follow ActualTech Media over on Twitter. We are at ActualTech Media, and of course, feel free to follow me as well. I'm always tweeting about the latest and greatest technology innovations. I am David M. Davis over on Twitter. ActualTech Media social resources can be subscribed to Up in the top right-hand side of the title bar, that you'll see links there for our LinkedIn page, our Twitter page, our YouTube channel, and the 10 on Tech podcast you'll find over in the iTunes store. That's where you can learn about the latest technology innovations in just 10 minutes. It's a cool, fun, short podcast, so make sure you check that one out. We've been posting our latest and greatest over on LinkedIn, so if you're going to just follow one, I would encourage you to follow us over on LinkedIn. Now, I want to do something a little bit different today. I've got a short keynote, but I'm going to run through it very quickly. I want to ask you out there in the audience some poll questions, and I want to get your honest feedback when it comes to cloud. I'll be sharing the results with you. So I've got 3 poll questions right after this very quick presentation, just to set the stage here on cloud. Why cloud? I mean, hopefully you're not interested in cloud because you saw a full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal that you can get rid of your data center and do things in the cloud for just pennies on the dollar, because there's a lot more to it than that. And unfortunately, some people are interested in cloud simply for that reason. But I encourage you to take a deeper look, of course. We're interested in cloud because traditional legacy infrastructure is inefficient, complex, costly, and increasingly it's just not meeting the needs of the business. So cloud helps us to improve that efficiency, hopefully, right? And give us greater agility for the business and the IT organization. It gives us this infinite scalability, almost like a superpower, where we don't have to say no to a new application. Sorry, we're out of room in the data center, or it's going to take us a couple months to spec out a server and rack it and stack it. We can bring up a new application in the cloud in seconds. Ideally, of course, it depends on the application. This idea of pay-as-you-go or utility-based pricing, where we can move to CapEx or move from CapEx to OpEx, is very appealing to us in IT and also to the financial people, right, at your company. And overall, this just allows IT organizations to focus on the business and the applications. And that's really what we should be doing in IT in the first place. So why so much confusion? Well, there's a lot of different forms of cloud. Cloud has been really hyped up, and there's a lot of different shapes and sizes and types of cloud that you need to think about. There's private cloud, there's public cloud, there's hybrid, multi-cloud, enterprise cloud, there's software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, disaster recovery as a service, backup as a service. There's a lot of different ways to leverage the cloud, and there's great differences between cloud offerings. There's incompatibilities between on-premises and cloud images, AWS, Azure, Google. They're not all the same, and private cloud is completely different than any of the public clouds. So there's also differences in management models between on and off premises. And in my opinion, that's why this event is so important. We're here to help you clear up the confusion on cloud, to get all your questions answered, to help make you and your company more efficient, help you save time and money, and help you to be more agile and competitive. Overall, I mean, the biggest goal of this event is to provide education on the latest cloud innovations and help you with your technology challenges. And with that in mind, I've got a poll question. I just brought it up on the screen. I will share the results of this with you. And I'm curious about the answer to this question. The question is, which of these IT challenges do you think cloud technologies could help with the most? So you see the options there on the screen, and I'm curious, for anyone who chose other, that their use case is not listed, drop it there in the questions box, and I will read it aloud here to the audience. I'll share your use case with everyone because I'm personally curious, and I want to improve this poll question, for next time. So for the 6 people I can see out there who said other use case not listed, just drop it there in the questions box and I will share it with the entire audience. All right, thank you everyone who responded to this poll question. I do appreciate it. Of course, I appreciate any other use cases as well in the questions box. Let me share the results of this with you. And 54% said data protection and disaster recovery. That's awesome. We'll have a number of disaster recovery and data protection solutions that leverage cloud on the event today. Scaling up compute capacity, running new applications. Of course, I think that's a big winner. That's kind of the original use case of cloud. Hey, we need to spin up a new app. Let's run it in the cloud. And we'll talk about multi-cloud and hybrid cloud use cases here on the event. End user computing, 33%, very interesting. 30% said monitoring security and agility and operations management. 20% said private and hybrid cloud use cases, followed by 13% running and managing databases. I've got Adam who commented, thank you, Adam. He said his other use case was simply improving costs. Using the cloud to save some money, make IT more affordable for the company. Another comment came in here from Monier. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Time to delivery. Delivering new IT services and applications, databases, anything that the business needs, simply doing it faster and easier. James said training and testing is another use case for him. Thank you, James. So being able to do things faster when it comes to training and testing new applications in the cloud. So very interesting. And now the next poll question is, what's keeping you from moving workloads to the cloud? So I'll kind of flip this around. For those who aren't using cloud technologies in some shape or form right now, what's stopping you? And then back to the previous question, Scott said rapid app delivery with elasticity 2 is one of his big use cases. Thank you, Scott. All right, now lots of good responses rolling into this one. What's keeping you from moving more workloads to the cloud? What's your biggest concern when it comes to cloud? So I'll share the results of this with you in just a moment. The final answer there for the 11 who have already indicated it, that you have another concern that's not listed, simply drop it in the questions box. So Will said that they have an applications vendor that says applications must be on the same network segment for performance reasons, not security. I can see that. I can see that. I remember in the early days of virtualization, for example, even like Microsoft Exchange was not supported if it was run in a virtual machine. Then Microsoft, if you called in for support, if they found out it was in a VM, they would say, sorry, we can't help you. You have to run it on a physical host because of performance concerns. And over time, we simply virtualized it and then didn't tell them that it wasn't running on a physical host. And we didn't have any performance concerns. And I think finally Microsoft came around and they eventually officially supported running it in a virtual machine. And I'm sure that vendors will soon, better support these hybrid cloud models where the applications and databases are stretched. Let's see, Scott said, deciding which public cloud platform to use. That's great feedback. Steve said, not enough bandwidth for people to get it done. Great point there. All right, excellent. Let me share the results of this because we have almost reached our start time. Actually, we surpassed our start time for our first presentation. So the results of this, 42% said unknown costs, believe that on-prem provides lower TCO, followed by 40% have security concerns. It's interesting to me that that's still, so high. Jeff said that they are determining the correct migration path for hybrid without production impact. I'm sure that's a big challenge for a lot of companies migrating to the cloud. All right, excellent. Thank you, everyone. And then final poll question before I introduce you to our first presenter, and that is, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing cloud technology solutions at your company? So if you're on the event today, you're likely looking for new technology. So the question here is simply, what's your time frame? Is this something you're looking to implement right away, or in the next 6 to 12, or 12 to 24? All right, thank you everyone who responded to that poll. We appreciate your participation, all the great feedback as well in the questions box. and it's time to kick off the Megacast. With our first presenter, I'm excited to introduce Teresa Miller, Principal Technologist in the Technology Advocacy Group at Cohesity. Teresa, are you with us?
I am. How are you?
It's always doing great. It's always great to have you on again.
Thanks.
Take it away,
Glad to
Teresa.
be here. Sounds good. So welcome, everyone. I hope your day is getting started in a fantastic way. If you happen to be in a different time zone, I hope you are also doing well. So with this really broad spectrum topic of cloud, there were a lot of different ways to take this conversation. And when I put this presentation together, I decided on AWS. For those of you that are in the cloud already, or those of you that are thinking about the cloud, I think an interesting statistic to share with you is that 32.4% of cloud adoption is done in that AWS platform. And that was according to some research done earlier this year, back in February, by a team at Canalys. And so now that does not mean that other cloud providers don't have a play here. There are some other fantastic players in this space, Microsoft, Google, and many, many others. But I decided to go ahead and take you on this journey of the AWS data protection reality check. So we are going to talk a little bit about some of the AWS native protection options for EC2 instances. For those of you that may be looking to archive your on-prem data over to S3 Glacier storage, we're going to take a look at how that may work natively as well. And then we're going to dive into how Cohesity can simplify data management for you across your hybrid cloud. So as we jump ahead here, if you can bring top of mind your SLAs for protecting your servers, I'd also like you to be thinking about how you manage keeping your data. So let's just say, I know many of you, according to the polls, aren't going cloud or doing cloud first for various reasons. Security was like one of the top ones. So if you have your on-prem data, would you be willing to consider getting rid of those tapes, for example, or getting rid of that, if you do off-site replication of data protection, potentially looking at the cloud. And so if you have those things top of mind as we move forward and your SLAs and how you're doing things, I think it'll really help as we continue this discussion. So let's focus on the EC2 instances. Now, AWS, there are some really great options for data protection in place, but some of the things to have top of mind here are console options, single pane of glass, what are your SLAs in terms of management as we look at what they offer you. The other thing that I think is important is to really have an understanding of where data responsibility lies. And so I'm going to share a couple different scenarios that I have been in where getting my data back was a little bit of a challenge as it related to cloud. So data responsibility, I'm just going to be totally transparent with you. Your data is your data. You really are responsible for protecting it. So you need to take extra steps to do so. So here's what happened to me. I had a cloud instance, and it became corrupted after Windows updates. And this instance was something that was managed by a team separate of mine. I ended up taking the support call. The power user is the one that actually ran the Windows updates, and we quickly learned that the instance didn't have a backup. And then that's where I came in, right? It was escalated to me, and we had some hard lessons with this. So the hard lessons were that this system was down for more than 24 hours. And thankfully, support was able to recover the instance. So now that's not always the case. If you look at the SLAs for the varying cloud providers, they don't guarantee that they can bring this system back. So without any level of backup or data protection, you're really kind of gambling with your ability to get it back. And so knowing your RPOs and RTOs is important as well, is because what point in time do you want to be able to recover from, but how long do you want it to take? Is 24 hours of a production system being down okay? I know in my case, in working with that particular person who was managing that server, it wasn't. It was a really hard lesson to be faced with. And so your data is your data. How quickly do you want it back? Because if you haven't protected it, boy, you could be in a tough situation. The other issue that I was part of working to resolve was a server that we were managing the back-end infrastructure on in the cloud. It was a virtualization server. So essentially we had users accessing that system to run various application workloads from the cloud. Now that system was compromised with ransomware. And thankfully in this case, the security team had done a great job educating users. When something didn't quite feel right, tickets were opened. And so the user that realized that something wasn't right called in a ticket immediately, and this was escalated to level 3, which is where I became involved, to be able to troubleshoot and work through. And so what we were able to do is kind of shut down the networking and be able to troubleshoot it, get all the users off the system, and prevent spread of that ransomware, which we didn't even know was ransomware at the time, right? We just knew it was a security vulnerability and that our enterprise data could be at risk if this user was right about opening the ticket. And so the other thing that we had to be aware of too, again, is how quickly could we get this system back? Did we need it? Did we have redundancy? Those of you that manage virtual environments for your users, you know there's always back-end redundancy in place. And so we were able to work through this. Our lessons learned were that great education from the security team about knowing when something is wrong and getting tickets opened was key here because it didn't spread anywhere else. Timely cloud backups of these systems made it important but also critical for getting the system back online quickly. We only experienced about an hour of downtime in this case. And knowing what our recovery point and recovery time objectives were led to this success. So let's get back to talking about one of the other things I promised we would here, and that is understanding what AWS offers you for backup options within EC2. So if you were not to go with any other solution, third-party solution like Cohesity, you could protect your AWS workloads in 2 different ways. You can set them up manually per instance, or you can get them scheduled in the snapshots console. So you do have a couple options that can really be helpful. But here are some of the challenges that I've personally seen. You rely heavily on tagging and not server naming. And so you have to have a really great planned out tagging system in advance for this to be successful. And then also keep in mind, like, staff changes, people go to new employers all the time, and naming conventions don't always make sense to the predecessors. And so making sure that as you leverage tagging here that you have a great coding system would be helpful, but I also see that as a challenge or a potential challenge. if you go the manual route, we're all human, and sometimes backups get missed, like that example that I shared with you where we had a system down for 24 hours because the backup was missed. It happens. You are also going to be dealing with multiple configuration locations to be able to get backups successful. So imagine you have your on-prem environment, you have a backup solution there, and now you introduce AWS to your ecosystem. You now have to go into AWS to manage that as well. And then there's not really a good self-service option in here for users, so keep that in mind as well. Now, the other option that can really help with automation in AWS natively is there's the Life Cycle Manager, and this is very wizard-based. It's wizard-driven, and you can group servers for your retention needs with Life Cycle Manager. Again, leveraging that tagging. All the same considerations there with tagging as you move forward. And so, again, not only are you, in terms of the challenges, at the liberty of having a great tagging system, you have to tag these in advance to include them in Lifecycle Manager. And you still don't eliminate the potential for missed backups. And now we're also then dealing with yet another console that our admins have to track down. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about archiving. So for those of you that aren't so sure about cloud, or maybe you are, right? But maybe you're looking at a way to do long-term retention of your on-prem data and would entertain putting your workloads from a long-term retention perspective up in S3 Glacier. So what considerations are there? In terms of my real-world experiences with this, the archive process actually can be a little bit slow. And so, and we've had some issues with it, and I think that's not anybody's issue. That's not AWS's issue. That's probably not even yours. It's just the inherent nature of going from on-prem to cloud with potentially leveraging native solutions. Now, do know there are some third-party options that can help with this, but we're not going to go there today. And in this particular case, in my experience, we didn't have any third-party options in between the on-prem and cloud. So we were dealing with a really slow archival process. We were dealing with network bandwidth issues and having a really hard time getting that data to the cloud in a timely fashion. So it left us with this inefficient transfer process, and we were kind of days behind on getting that data archived up to the cloud. The other thing that we learned is that the retrieval process as well had many steps, so it just wasn't very simple. And yet now our data is in another place. So we have data on-prem, we have some data in the cloud, we might be looking at other cloud providers, and so our data is getting more and more fragmented as we move forward. So here are some of the Amazon S3 Glacier considerations. So you do have the ability with AWS to keep the data as long as needed. You have the ability to vault lock it for worms, help protect you for some ransomware. And it can very easily replace tape, which if you're still using tape, you may be very anxious to move on from. But some of the challenges, as you move that data to the cloud, your costs may become great because natively the data is not deduplicated and compressed. Our data is becoming more fragmented, and we have yet another console. So here are some of the key takeaways before I start talking about Cohesity. So one, I think we've learned from some of my experiences that you should always be prepared for the unexpected. Your data is your data. You need to be ready to protect it in any way, shape, or form. It's not up to that cloud provider to protect it for you. You have to take those steps. Make sure as you're looking at solutions that you choose a solution with features that best support your enterprise. So take a look at recovery times, recovery points, SLAs, consoles, administrative overhead. How do you want your admins spending their time? That costs money as well. Let's not miss any backups. I think missed backups, as you learned from me, can be painful. They can cause delays and outages that you're not willing to incur. You probably are looking for a solution that has a single dashboard. Something to consider anyways. And you may be very interested in something that will even offer you very granular file and instance level recovery. You probably want quick recovery from the unexpected, and you don't want something to drag on for days. And having fast archival can really help the long-term expectations of your ability to recover that data quickly. So let's dive in briefly here as we round things out here into how Cohesity can simplify data management across your hybrid cloud environment. And they do keep this very high level. We work with all clouds, and so it's not just about AWS here. So let's take a look. Now, I didn't mention, maybe some of you know me, but likely not. I've been in the enterprise, working in enterprises for over 20 years. And so I know it was always important to understand if I was going to be working with a company, a little bit of company history was always helpful. So Cohesity was founded in 2013 by Dr. Mohit Aaron. And in the interest of time here today, I just want to call out our recognitions. We were a CNBC Disruptor 50 and a Gartner Peer Insights Customer Choice. So we've received a lot of awards. Now, as you think about your cloud strategy, what is it doing to your data? You probably have a cloud-first strategy unless you're in that grouping where you're still a little apprehensive. So you probably have introduced SaaS. You probably have introduced or looked at private clouds. You may be in a multi-cloud scenario. It is not unusual, and there are many reasons to have multiple cloud providers at play. And there's also the likelihood that you're running hybrid cloud, hybrid applications. It just happens in this day and age. And so what Cohesity offers you is a solution that was built in the time of cloud. The cloud existed in 2013. We're cloud native. We're globally efficient. We offer you one platform for universal protection, even for your on-prem data. We are not cloud only. Your on-prem data, databases, and applications can be protected with our solution. We give you that single console so you're managing less, giving your teams time to innovate more. Back to and diving into the cloud a little bit further, we can do the archiving, and we have processes and ways to eliminate those network latencies that I talked about. We have customers that have seen significant benefits when they've switched to doing archiving with our solution with their on-prem workloads. And we are able to back up SaaS applications. If you have M365, we can help, and we have many others. We help with dev test scenarios and disaster recovery, which we didn't even touch on today. And so Cohesity, in summary, is cloud native. We're globally efficient. We give you one platform. We offer you universal protection, giving you the ability to manage less and innovate more on your teams. And I'll just leave this up for another second to let you review the other columns. But at the end of the day, we're here for on-prem and cloud data management to help you protect your data, because you are responsible regardless of where that data lives. So that wraps up my presentation. looking at the time, I don't know if we have time for any questions today. I'll leave that up to you, but I will definitely take time to go through them, anything that came in as we went forward. So do we have time for any, or are we up?
Just time for a couple of questions, Teresa, but really great
Okay.
presentation. Thank you so much. I want to call everyone's attention to the poll question that's on the screen. What additional information would you like about the Cohesity solution? And we'll just leave that up while we do some Q&A. So first question that came in, they said that, you mentioned, of course, how Cohesity can protect AWS. What about other cloud platforms?
Yeah, that's a great question. So cloud-wise, we can work with Azure, we can work with GCP, M365, and we have some other cloud applications that are being added to our portfolio as the year progresses. And as long as you can talk to a cloud application over the S3 protocol, we can also work with those cloud providers as well. So lots of flexibility there.
Okay, nice. And then another question here is just to help understand the Cohesity model. Is this a hardware solution I install? Is this software? I mean, how do people best get started with Cohesity if they wanted to test it out? So
that's a really great question. So we are a software company at this point. There was a time when we were a hardware company, but we are software, and your software can run on other hardware. So for example, we have partnerships with Cisco, HPE, we run on Dell. So those of you that have data centers and that you want to install this in on-prem, and you work with those companies, we can meet that need. And then from the cloud side, we do have the ability for you to install this directly into the cloud. And know that no matter how you deploy this, we can protect the workloads no matter where they are. So if you have an on-prem deployment and want to back up your cloud, you can do it from the on-prem deployment. Now, there are reasons to do your data protection, I think, from the cloud. In the cloud, we have that option as well. And then one more thing, we do actually have a virtual edition that I didn't mention that is available for whatever your deployment needs are.
Excellent. A lot of flexibility there in what you protect and how you protect it. So I'm afraid that's all the time we have for our live Q&A, but there's a lot of really good electronic questions coming in. Hopefully you can stay and answer a few of those. We really appreciate it.
I will.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you so much,
Yep.
Teresa.
Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you. And thank you to Cohesity for supporting today's event. Check out the handout that's available for download there in your audience console. That is Conversational AWS Data Protection. And with that, it's time for our first prize announcement. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Lester Thomas from Michigan. Congratulations, Lester Thomas from Michigan. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's Megacast. That is Mr. Rick Jacobs, Technical Product Marketing Manager at Couchbase. Rick, are you there?
I'm here.
Thanks for being on the Megacast, Rick. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to attend this session. Some of the content that we'll be going over today is the current challenges that we faced in 2020, why Couchbase is the best enterprise-level solution, our key differentiators, the Couchbase Cloud overview, the advantages of Couchbase Cloud, and then we'll take a look at some of the Couchbase Cloud use cases. I think we can all agree that 2020 has been a very challenging year. COVID-19 is something that we've never seen before. So it's had a dramatic impact on economies and also individuals. And with that has come some uncertainties. We're not really sure how long this epidemic is going to last, and we don't know what the full impact will be. But we do know that there have been many disruptions in supply chain, for example. So companies like GM and Tesla have had to go from producing cars to producing respirators almost overnight, at least for a short period of time. And then there's been a virtual digital transformation, again, overnight. Everything is now agile. So we've got to aggregate information from disparate data sources and produce knowledge, and we need to do that very quickly. I remember having a professor in college, and his point was data is only as useful as the information you can get from it. So databases have to be able to combine that data and make it available for front-end applications so that you can gather knowledge from that data. So what are some digital economy trends? Well, for one, online shopping has blossomed. Online retail is up by 25%, and there's been a massive increase in cloud adoption, mainly because companies have had to go from 9-to-5 brick-and-mortar type locations to 24/7 online stores, and being on the cloud allows you to increase your architecture with a few clicks as opposed to having to go procure servers and add them to your cluster. So the cloud just increases your flexibility and your ability to scale up. We're all internet connected now. So we've got smartphones on our wrists. You can deposit checks from your phone. Just about everyone has Netflix, and we are all meeting on Zoom and other, network type meeting applications. Also, we're mobile. So a lot of folks seldom even use their laptops. Personally, I shop even for groceries from my phone. And for millennials, a phone is almost like a third hand. Their phone is pretty much attached. Also, the massively interactive requirements for applications has increased. So applications are now very connected to people. So customers are browsing online from phones and computers. Employees are fulfilling and making orders remotely, again, from phones and computers. And then IoT machines are streaming up batch and stream data to databases. So the need for transactional databases has increased, databases that can handle tremendous amounts of transactions. The legacy databases are not sufficient for modern applications. In general, they're too slow to sustain the massive interactions that are needed. They're not very flexible, so they don't support agile development, and they're just too expensive to maintain. So the answer is really NoSQL, which coincidentally means more than just SQL. So NoSQL type databases allow you to scale because they utilize massive parallel processing, and they also can handle the transactions that are necessary for modern applications. So a modern app might have transaction ratios of up to 1 to 1,000 for customer type applications, and then up to 1 to 1 million for IoT type applications. Again, these NoSQL databases are fault tolerant, and they are built with a scalable distributed architecture that's necessary to accommodate these high volumes. And they also operate at dramatically lower cost than traditional databases. So why Couchbase? Well, Couchbase is the world's most popular NoSQL database. It's easy to manage, it supports developer agility, and the performance is unmatched. This has been confirmed by independent benchmarking from companies like Alturas. So it's not just a claim, it's actually verifiable. Couchbase was designed to meet the needs of modern enterprises that, again, require massive amounts of transactions. They have to support massive amounts of transactions. So what is the Couchbase secret sauce? Well, it's our memory-first architecture. With Couchbase, regularly used data is cached, so it's available for use by the front-end applications. There's no need to call back-end resources for that cached data, and that allows the front-end applications to have access to that data without bottlenecks. Couchbase is also a shared nothing distribution, and it's designed to perform at scale, which means that the millionth user gets the same experience as a first user. It also has a flexible schema of NoSQL databases, and we also support ACID transactions, which some NoSQL databases don't. Couchbase has a deployment unaware Kubernetes-based architecture. So that means that the underlying applications are not dependent on where the database is deployed. So the deployment location for the database is not important. What's important is that there's a Kubernetes service available for that database to run on. So why Couchbase Cloud? Well, Couchbase Cloud is better. It allows administrators to deploy a cluster, grant access in minutes, and also scale and upgrade clusters with just a few button clicks. Couchbase Cloud is also faster, so you can quickly get the benefits and performance of Couchbase in a secure cloud environment that's highly scalable. Couchbase Cloud is also cheaper, probably the most important feature. The server in-memory cache-based architecture allows customers to achieve the same performance with less infrastructure. So Couchbase is procured directly on the service provider's nodes, and that allows you to leverage things like reserved instance pricing for significantly lower costs, which means that if you are directly running on your VPC within the cloud provider, you can negotiate your per node cost directly with that cloud provider. So that gives flexibility and also helps you maintain a lower cost to performance ratio. So Couchbase Cloud is a fully managed database as a service offering, and the underlying cloud infrastructure for compute and storage and networking, again, are procured directly on that VPC, on your VPC. We'll talk a little bit more about the benefits of that later. Couchbase also offers better management capabilities. So we have SDKs for all the major development languages, and those SDKs allow you to interact with our API. So you can do things like pull metadata from your clusters and use those for reporting on the data in your cluster, and also to make calls to your cluster and make infrastructure changes directly from the APIs via code. We also offer automated functions. So we leverage the applications best practices for cloud applications best practices, and we've standardized basic configurations. So things like onboarding are a lot faster, and you get the reliability of Couchbase along with the best practices that we've learned over the years. Security is also very important, and Couchbase leverages multi-factor authentication for key tasks like database tasks and bucket tasks related to your cluster. And we also utilize end-to-end encryption. One of the other benefits is the flexibility of the options that are offered by Couchbase Cloud. So users can start with a single node cluster and then expand over time as their needs expand. And we also support cross-data center replication across all the regions that are supported by that cloud provider, and then high availability HA is also supported. Again, the most beneficial feature of Couchbase is probably the economical factor. So we offer a choice of hourly on-demand pricing and prepaid credits credits that enable customers to utilize their spending options. So you can make the choice that's best for you. This is probably my favorite slide, the key differentiators for Couchbase Cloud. I've talked a lot about the speed and flexibility modern applications need and why Couchbase Cloud is the fastest enterprise database and the fact that we bring all that to the cloud. But again, our differentiators are what make us even more impressive. My personal favorite differentiator is the fact that we are deployed within the client's VPC. So this means that there's no margin stacking. So in this scenario, margin stacking is when cloud providers will purchase resources, database providers will purchase resources from cloud providers and then resell those resources for a margin to their clients. So they'll purchase things like nodes from a specific cloud provider and then resell that on a margin to their customers. At Couchbase, we don't do that. So because the data is within your VPC, you can directly negotiate your prices with your cloud provider of choice. And you also maintain control of that data. So you don't send that data up to us like you do with some of our competitors. That data remains under your control. And then again, I've been harping on this. Probably our best differentiator is the price to performance, because in our architecture, you need less nodes to run the same amount of workloads than you would on other platforms. You don't need things like gateway nodes or management nodes. It's a masterless configuration. So again, you can run more workloads with less nodes, and that gives you a bigger bang for your buck. Couchbase also runs in Kubernetes containers, so that eliminates vendor lock-in. Our customers can basically pick up and move the container to another cloud provider or another Kubernetes service as needed. So what are some of the use cases where Couchbase Cloud is very beneficial? One of the most important use cases for most companies is managing user information. So user profiles are very important. And user profiles and session management are usually caching solutions. So generally, that type of data is held within caches, so it's readily available. That's perfect for our infrastructure, which is a memory-first caching architecture. Also, Customer 360 applications generally evolve from the session management applications. Again, to help you get a view of your customer data and be able to manage, how you do things like market products to your customers. One of the other highly appealing use cases for Couchbase is the management of catalogs of products, like tickets, for example, because you can track those interactions within Couchbase and produce results when they're actually executed. So generally, those types of use cases have tremendous amounts of transactions and then one or two executions. So there's several transactions before it's actually executed. You can manage those transactions within the cache and then have the execution go to the backend database. Again, that's a perfect solution for a perfect application or a Couchbase solution. And then we've found that offloading of older applications is also a pretty good use case for Couchbase. Applications like digital transformation apps, mobile and IoT apps, mainly because of the price reduction involved. Again, you get the scalability of the cloud, you get the in-memory caching capabilities of Couchbase, and then you get to reduce your overall cost. So what are some leading industries and companies that are utilizing Couchbase? Well, in the retail space, we have customers like Lowe's and Best Buys. In healthcare, we have customers like WebMD. In financial services, we've got ADP and PayPal. And then we've got hundreds of other household names from just about every industry. Let's talk a little bit about the competitive advantages for Couchbase. So in terms of data isolation, Couchbase isolates data across multiple cloud environments. So the data remains within the customer's control. MongoDB Atlas, for example, ingests that data. So there's a requirement to ingest the data, which means you lose control of that data. And Dynamo also requires you to ingest your data into their application. Both Mongo and Couchbase support on-premise to cloud migration. So Mongo and Couchbase have on-premise and cloud options. Dynamo, for example, is an AWS service, so it only has a cloud option, no on-prem option with Dynamo. And then, as I've been harping on, the price-to-performance ratio. So Mongo's price-to-performance ratio is just about medium because of the margin stacking. So they do utilize margin stacking and mocking up cloud resources. Dynamo has limited features, and again, it's only available within cloud environment and only on AWS. And Couchbase has a very high price to performance ratio because of the performance aspect. The in-memory caching architecture gives us a much better performance over Dynamo and Mongo, and then we don't margin stack. So in that ratio, we're absolutely the clear winner. Bottom line is Couchbase is better, faster, cheaper, and more flexible. And for those reasons, we can confidently state that in the world of database as a service, we clearly have NoEQUAL. That was my final slide, so I'd like to open it up for questions.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, Rick. Really appreciate that. While we do some Q&A here with the audience, let's just bring up a poll. And the poll on the screen I want to call everyone's attention to is what additional information would you like about the Couchbase solution? So let's see. First question, Rick, I see here that came in. Kathy is asking, is there a professional services component that manages the Couchbase database? We don't have a professional services option for Couchbase Cloud because it's fully managed. What we do offer is support. So we've got several different offerings. The free offering is a 30-day trial where you get no support. It's just a free trial version. We've got developer and enterprise offerings where you get support. So that means you get Couchbase Cloud support along with the application for the Developer Pro and Enterprise options. Nice. Okay. Very nice. I like that management is included. So Adam is asking, how transferable are current Mongo solutions to Couchbase, and what would be involved?
That's a really good question. For that, you would probably need some professional service help. The way that works is we'd have to take a look at how your clusters are currently set up. We'd probably need to extract your documents and insert them into the Couchbase clusters. But I would definitely suggest at least some conversations with professional support if you're going to take on that challenge.
Okay. Okay, nice. And then another question here they're asking, is Couchbase Cloud useful for machine learning use cases?
That's actually a pretty good question. That's something that I actually work on myself as kind of a side gig to my day job. Yes, very much so. So what you can do is ingest your data into Couch. Well, you can use your data from your VPC. So you've got your data in your own managed VPC cluster, and then because Couchbase is a cache-based architecture, that allows you to very quickly access that data. So generally, you'll have a subset of the data that you're trying to analyze that you're using for your machine learning models, and you want that to be very readily available and very fast to get to. So yeah, very much so, Couchbase can work for ML applications. I'm actually working on a natural language processing application now that uses Couchbase.
Nice, nice, very cool. All right, next question here. What's the official release date for Couchbase Cloud, and what's the initial offering look like?
Okay, so the official release date is on Monday. We've got 3 initial offerings. The first is the 30-day trial option that I mentioned before, which basically means you get 30 days to evaluate the software. And then we've got a dev and pro option. On a dev option, well, dev and test, and then a production option. On the dev and test option is basically how the support tickets are handled. So if you select the dev and test option, you've got several different levels of support, P1s, P2s, P3s, and then the timing of how we respond to those are different from the production options. So for the production options, P1s, P2s, and P3s just get a much faster response, and they're 24/7.
Nice, nice. So if somebody wanted to get started with Couchbase Cloud on Monday, they go and sign up for the free trial and they get 30 days of access. Is that right?
That is the plan. Correct.
Okay. Okay. Nice. Well, I think we've covered all the questions that have come in for now, but it's been really great having you on. Congratulations on the impending release of Couchbase Cloud. Sounds really cool. Thank you for your presentation, Rick.
All right, thank you. We're very excited to drop it on Monday.
Absolutely. Yeah, I want to encourage everyone to check out in the handouts tab there. There's a link to couchbase.com, and it's there that you can go on Monday and sign up for the free trial of Couchbase Cloud and check it out for yourself. Right on the home page there is a link to register for the beta for fully managed database as a service from Couchbase, a brand new offering from Couchbase. So thank you to Couchbase for supporting today's event. It's now time for our next prize winners. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Sierra Crawford from Kentucky. Congratulations, Sierra Crawford from Kentucky. And our first grand prize, this is for one of the cool drones, and that's going to Jared Parker from Michigan. Congratulations, Jared Parker from Michigan. And with that, it's time for our next presentation on today's Megacast. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Thomas LaRock, head geek at SolarWinds. Thomas, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thanks for being on, Thomas. Take it away.
All right. So let me find the next button. There we go. Okay. So as you said, my name is Thomas LaRock. I'm here to talk a little bit about Azure and how SolarWinds can support public, private, hybrid, and multi-cloud efforts. Just a brief thing about me, let you know who I am. 20 years experience at this point. I'm old, or I should just say experienced, in roles including programmer, developer, analyst, and database administration. That is my true love. I enjoy working with data, probably too much to be healthy, to be honest. So let's get into the agenda for today. I've got about 20 minutes, and this is what I'm going to spend the time talking about. We're going to walk through some of the challenges of adopting and using public cloud. Clearly, cloud adoption is on the rise, and even though there are some well-documented gotchas, it seems that people continue to find the same struggles as the people that have gone before them. So let's talk about that a little bit. We've kind of broken it down to say we have 4 steps to help bridge the journey to the cloud, 4 things that you're going to want to do or consider, and I'll talk to those in a little more depth. And then we'll spend some time about how our products can help you monitor, manage, and secure all of your cloud efforts. All right, and at the end, I believe we'll have time for Q&A as well. So these are the current trends in IT operations management, right? These are really the 6 major areas of focus. And I want to see, I guess we don't have it on this slide. where these trends are coming from. We have some of these slides refer back to surveys. I was looking to see if that was in the fine print. It's not. So I'm assuming everybody on the call that's listening to me, one of these 6 trends is something that you are going through or either will be going through or have started already. There's the whole idea of a digital transformation, all right, whatever that really means. I feel it's more of a marketing term. But yes, as say your assets are going through the digital transformation and your journey to the cloud, there's an evolving market. So the increasing maturity of previously disrupted IT capabilities. Well, what that really is opportunity for growth as performance challenges become better understood. So another one is MSP adoption. So sometimes companies sort of realize that their IT department can only do so much, and maybe it's time to just sort of outsource the entire IT operations. And that's when you look to a managed service provider. Of course, there's always continued on-premises growth. I don't believe there's anybody on the call today that is either managing fewer devices or applications or systems today than they were even a month ago, especially a year ago. And I believe things only grow in complexity. They rarely get less complex as time moves forward. So clearly the on-prem IT infrastructure is here to stay, and that continues to have to be managed. Then, of course, the role of hybrid IT, which, as I mentioned, increases the complexity when you start to extend certain aspects of your business to the cloud. And another trend is just the proven ability to solve IT problems, right? You need a broad and deep IT operations management portfolio. IT tends to have a lot of silos. You have a lot of different silos that have their own specific tools in order to help them manage and monitor their particular silo. And it's frustrating at times when the different silos, their tools don't necessarily integrate, and it's hard to get one complete picture. So when you have an incident, something goes wrong, it's really kind of difficult to figure out what the root cause may be. Those are the, I'd say, 6 current trends that you are facing either now or will be facing in the near future. So where are organizations actually focusing their IT investment, right? So we talk about if companies or the cloud adoption, how fast is that really happening right now? So what we have here is from the, let me see, IDC quarterly result. And this is information taken, so this is from a 4-year period from 2019 to 2023. And what you can see is that there is an increase in spend that's happening, and it's, I wanted to do percentages in my head and I couldn't. I wanted to do the math real quick. I got distracted. So 2%, we'll say, of compound annual growth rate. So that's just for public cloud spend. For on-premises and private cloud spend in billions, it's 3% over that 4-year. So clearly, there's money continuing to flow into, say, either just public cloud itself, but there's slightly more in terms of percentage for on-premises and private cloud. So that's not going away, right? Still, your private data center, your private cloud, that continues to be an investment. The public cloud may be at a lower percentage rate, but it's a higher amount of dollars. And of course, overall, it's almost twice as much money going into a public cloud spend than the private one. So you can see where the organizations, where companies are really starting to focus their spend, but it's not necessarily, it's not one or the other. It's just that it's going to make things a little more difficult and complex over time. So where and why are people investing in cloud? So I've got a handful of things, examples of where it's all being done, right? So multi-cloud strategies, there's prioritizing the use of public cloud. So instead of build versus buy, it's really more of an attitude of buy. Let's leverage the service that's already existing. The top 2 vendors are AWS and Azure. There's no question about that. Azure adoption might be surprising to you. It's 85% of AWS and 15% year over year right now. Organizations are leveraging almost 5 clouds on average. So that would be something like a Dropbox or a Google Drive included, including something adoption for Azure and AWS as well. I like that one at the top. The newer cloud users favor Azure at 52% compared to AWS at 41%. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Microsoft Office and Microsoft products are really inherent in business. I don't think anybody would debate that Excel is the most widely used business tool on the face of the planet, with over 350 million users daily. So it's not surprising to me that customers that are familiar with Excel and Microsoft products would be leaning towards Azure as a cloud of choice. So the rise of cloud challenges of IT. This may be familiar to some of you. So some of the challenges that we have to just being a tech pro: you have increased work hours, increased responsibilities. Some of the barriers to success: you have lack of budget, unclear and shifting priorities, say lack of training, and perhaps the skills are lacking. So how many people really believe that, themselves or a new IT pro would have the skills necessary to do their job? Well, as it turns out, only 28% of the people surveyed believe that they have the skills, or believe that new people would have the skills necessary to do the job. That's kind of surprising, right? But it is and it isn't. But I think it's a familiar tone, something that we've all kind of seen, especially if anybody that's worked in IT for the last 10 to 20 years. It's true, applications run the business. And of course, applications are number one. Without apps, I'm not sure IT would really have much of a role, right? So 54% of IT pros are spending more time managing apps and services than infrastructure and hardware. I know that was true for me as a DBA. I built my own in-house monitoring system, and at some point, I realized I was spending more time doing that than actually managing the databases themselves. So what do? You end up kind of moving and buying something that will take care of that hassle for you, so that way you can focus on the other aspects of your job. And this other part is very true from my experience, that the tech and tools are mixed. I mentioned that earlier. There's a lot of different silos. If you look here, the top 3 cloud or SaaS-based monitoring tools, there's network traffic, there's user experience monitoring, and log analysis. Those might be 3 different teams. It would rarely be the same team that would be doing your network and user experience monitoring, right? So you have all of these stats, and these stats, I believe, come right out of the SolarWinds IT Trends report. You have a lot of data here that's backing up the idea that things are very complex, and there's a lot of silos, a lot of tools, and it's very difficult for these teams to talk to one another. Brief mention about security. This is also an issue for a lot of companies. Security and compliance are driving some personnel needs, right? So security, I believe, is a shared responsibility. And 65% of IT pros spend at least 10% of their time on security management. I think it should be more, but it's clear that it's creeping into everybody's role, right? And the top 3 are network security, security event management, backup and recovery. For DBA, backup and recovery is where I spent most of my life. These days, I do focus a little bit more on security and event management. But what that means is that as security and compliance become a little more, say, of a focus for a company, that means you need to ramp up and you need to get the experience in-house, because you probably don't already have somebody who has professional experience with GDPR or HIPAA or PCI. So you might have to bring those people in, or you might have to spend money on training your people to get that experience necessary. All right. So how do we bridge the journey to the cloud? We can all agree that there's a lot going on here. There's a lot of driving factors to get people to the cloud. So how do we approach it here at SolarWinds? Well, first, we'd like to say, let's establish some fundamental controls. All right, so monitoring your spending, securing your access, some very basic information, right? So cloud vendors, they kind of make it easy for you to start using their services. So I have a great example here. A couple of years ago, I was at reInvent, AWS reInvent. They gave out a deep lens to everybody that attended. When I got mine, I got home, I started playing around with it. I wanted to make a hot dog, not hot dog app. It wasn't very difficult to get me up and running. I had stuff kind of working. And then I started asking myself a question like, well, what's happening under the hood? Well, under the hood, it created, I think, no less than half a dozen services, some S3 buckets, some glue, something else that was happening. All this stuff was going on under the hood without any knowledge to me, but I could eventually go into my account and look at it. I soon realized it was going to cost me $50 a day just to do this little demo. I didn't feel like spending $1,500 on just this little hobby, so I had to find and go and shut off each one of those services. So imagine that at a little bit more of a scale, where you start to migrate to a cloud, some of your legacy systems, you say, let's get this deployed, and then you start to realize that you've got little things everywhere, and it adds up to a large cloud bill at the end of the month. That is going to be an issue. That is an issue that you hear time and time again. So you've really got to be able to have that fundamental control that you know exactly what you're spending your money on, and that you know who actually has access to these resources that you're building out there. So if you can't guarantee that you're going to have those two fundamental controls, then anything after that is just, you're just kind of in the dark. You're really not going to know what's going on. So one way for the spending part of it is optimizing those on-premise workloads. So lift and shift versus move and improve, right? What would you rather do? Would you rather improve it first and then get it to the cloud? Would you rather just move to the cloud and then get it improved? These are kind of two different fundamental ideas. I'm of the camp, I say I like to move and improve, because I always find lift and shift to be a little bit more difficult. But move and improve to me is where I can also spend some time optimizing first, then move, and then improve things on the back end and try to minimize my spend. For example, what we talk about here is, on this slide, VM sprawl. So you might have, 100 VMs, but are they all being used? Are they all necessary? How many orphan VMs do you have, right? So maybe you'll sort of say, hey, I don't know what's necessary right now. Why don't we just move to the cloud for now? Then we can see what's actually being used and start turning things off within the next 2-3 weeks. So you have a couple of different ways to do that migration. However you want to do it, it's up to you, but you have to go through those preparation steps and you have to make those decisions before you move your first device. Monitoring the health performance of all the IT assets. Obviously, you want to make sure performance is of acceptable means when you go into the cloud. So you have this whole idea of, well, whenever I do a migration, there would always be somebody to come to me later and say, hey, it's slow. Well, how fast should it be? I don't know, but it should be faster than this. Well, how fast did it used to be? I don't know, but it should be faster than this. So if you didn't have those baselines to begin with, it's really difficult to have that conversation later on when somebody's complaining about performance. So the cloud themselves, AWS and Azure, the cloud service providers, they do make pretty decent tools to offer you some insights into what is happening. They're good, not great, right? They have some limited abilities. They're not necessarily going to offer the deep diagnostics that you're looking for. They're certainly not going to integrate with each other. It can be kind of difficult to figure out, say, even if you ever tried to go through your AWS bill and figure out not only what's costing you money, but what region it's in and how to shut it off, it can be very difficult. These are kind of specialized things, right? So if you don't have that in play to begin with, it can be kind of difficult to figure out how to do it later. So obviously, if you already are in or thinking of a hybrid environment, you want to have the right tools that are giving you the insights you need, so that way when you do start moving things from your own data center to the cloud, those metrics just go right with you, right? And that way you have the baseline. You know what it used to be like a week, a month, and a year ago. And hybrid IT operations management, an integrated set of solutions to monitor, manage, and secure your hybrid IT environment. We mentioned before, all those silos, all those different tools, not necessarily integrated. You need to have an integrated set of tools for all of your IT operations management. There's just a no-brainer these days. You want to have a consistent dashboard and a way to look across all the stacks of your environment. So we're talking network, and we're talking storage, we're talking from in the cloud and in your own data center. You want to be able to build that correlation of metrics and just say, all right, I know where the issue truly is. It's in the virtualization layer, or it's in the storage layer, or it's inside the database engine. And you're only going to get that if you're able to integrate all of those metrics across all of those things that you're monitoring. So how do we do that? Very simply, we say we build the tools for IT professionals to help them monitor, manage, secure their assets across your on-premises, hybrid, and multi-cloud environments. And you don't really have to take my word for it. We have an online demo I'll show you in a second where you can go and look for yourself and explore and see exactly how we can do all of that, monitor, manage, and secure all of your assets no matter where they sit. This is a brief overview of everything that we kind of do. We say all things IT, right? So we take care of service management, application performance management, database, infrastructure, network. We're primarily known for network management, but we do everything else that you can imagine. We also handle IT security. It doesn't matter who you are, if you're ops, security, DevOps, whoever is managing performance or in charge of monitoring, and it doesn't matter where your data sits, right? Sits under your desk, sits in the private cloud, sits in the public cloud. This is our IT operations management simplified. How that gets broken down is this is the basic idea of, I want to say just some of our products. We actually have about 60 different products. So this is a subset, but this is where it fits inside of the IT operations management. So your application performance management, database, infrastructure, network, IT security, and service management there down at the bottom in blue. So have a look and you get an idea of how our portfolio is fairly comprehensive. What's great about this, in my view, so again, as a former DBA, I only had the need for one or two things, right? Like database management, application management, that would be about it. Virtualization management as well towards the end there. But network guys would have had their kind of silo, right? But what was great about it was that even though we were siloed, if you're all part of this portfolio, then you're integrated with each other. And there was a lot of value in that. And what else is great is that we only had to buy what we needed. So for some systems that are fairly large and comprehensive, it's usually an all or nothing thing. You're going to buy the entire suite of products and then just deploy whatever few things you might want to use. You may be overpaying, right? You may be paying a lot for the idea of having that comprehensive thing, but you may not be getting all the use out of it. In our case, it's kind of a different approach. It's buy whatever piece you need, and we'll make sure they all hook in together. So visit SolarWinds.com for more information. If I could share my screen real quick, where is that icon? I must have done this before. So I just wanted to show real quick. It was just orion.solarwinds.com, oriondemo.solarwinds.com. I can't walk you through everything that we have because, as you can see, we have quite a few products. But I would encourage you to come down here and to spend some time walking through whatever it is that interests you to get an idea of how we can help you. As I said, no matter what role you are and no matter where your data sits, we have something that can help you. And I'm going to bring you over to what we call our perf stack. This is going to be, when everything is integrated, you're going to have the ability to have these dashboards and get correlated metrics across your entire environment, right? So everything that you have that can be integrated together, then you can start building out these charts where you would just sort of come over here and you would say, you know what, I want to add in a metric, and you would just add in whatever one you want. It's like drag and drop. And you say, okay, bring this over, drop here, chart's already there, right? I'll grab something else. But I can get related entities. It does the auto discovery for me because we already have the data. Let's see if I can just grab this guy. Pull, grab another one. That's fine. But anyway, it's very simple for you to build out your own reports, your own metrics, and to share those, to save it, to load, give it to anybody else on your team that you need to know. And again, back at this main page, our summary tab, again, explore what we have here. oriondemo.solarwinds.com. Just spend a few minutes. I believe my time is up. One last thing. I mentioned about the cost in Azure. We have a free tool. It's called the Cost Calculator for Azure. We have, I don't know how many different free tools these days, but SolarWinds.com, free tools, Cost Calculator Azure is where you'll find this one. And if you want to come in here and say, all right, so here's the orphan resource. There's some storage I'm just paying for and I'm not even using it anymore. So it's a way when we talk about move and improve. You could go to Azure You could connect the cost calculator to your subscription. You could wait a week or two, and then you could start seeing, all right, what am I really paying for and how much is it really costing me? That's not something you're going to get out of Azure natively. And with that, it is my time. I believe I am done. Time for Q&A.
Excellent presentation. Really love the impromptu demo there. Very cool website, and I love the user interface. I'm sure a lot of people, in fact, Jimmy out there in the audience said fantastic UI. That was my reaction as well. So looks like a great demo that people should check out. While we do some Q&A, I'm just going to bring up this poll question that says, what additional information would you like about the SolarWinds solution? And we'll leave that up there and take some questions from the audience. Owen is asking, can SolarWinds do application mapping of on-prem and cloud instances to assist in the migration to cloud?
I'm sorry, repeat that again. Mapping to assist in the migration. I'm not sure I understood.
Mapping of applications.
Let me look at the questions. I see the tab for questions now.
So what applications are out there and how they're, kind of connected or dependent on one another?
Well, yeah, we can certainly show dependencies. If we can connect to it, we'll know what devices and servers and whatever are talking to each other. So yes. So if you were trying to say you wanted to move a system and you just weren't sure of everything that was actually connected, we absolutely can do that. We can map that out for you and give you an idea of everything that's connected. So when it does come time to migrate to the cloud, you'd have an idea if it's 5, 10, or 25 different servers that need to go.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that could be. Okay. Yeah, that could be very helpful for a migration. Let's see. Sergey says, great presentation. Mary said, very nice. SolarWinds rocks. Patrick is asking, are your free tools free, or are they demo versions?
So yes, they're free. So I think you're asking if they're fully functional, and it depends on the tool. So we have 60 of them, and some of them are fresher than others, so to speak, and some might lag behind in versions. But yes, they are completely free, and depending on the one you want is going to be on the functionality. Some of them, I'm probably going to guess, come close to full functionality, but not totally, because, I mean, that's the whole idea of freemium. But some of them might be a little bit older than others. It just depends, and there's so many to talk about that it'd be really hard for me to list them all.
Okay, fair enough. Michael's asking, does SolarWinds capture flows and packets? Do you do network packet analysis?
Oh, yes, that is Network Traffic Analyzer. So yes, we do NetFlow, and for all the major providers and different types, so I think that's some of the things are SFlow, JFlow, all of those. We are able to analyze your bandwidth for you. Absolutely is one of our core missions that we've been known for over 20 years.
Nice. All right. Next question, can SolarWinds monitor cloud-based containers or just on-prem containers?
So we are able to monitor containers. We do it by using a sidecar method. So we would hook into the host itself. You would deploy a container as a sidecar, and then we would be able to monitor the containers that are spun up on that particular host. So it wouldn't matter to us where that host lies. As long as we're able to connect to it, we're going to be able to monitor it.
Nice. Next question, can alerts do more than just send emails? They said, I'm sick of emails.
Yes. Our alerts can do more than just send an email. We have triggers, so you can trigger a response and have it do basically whatever you can write in code, it can do for you. So yes, there's more than just sending emails to our alerts. They're much more robust than that.
Okay. And then next question, where is the cost for data movement in Azure when the data moves from on-prem to Azure or from Azure back to on-prem? How's that cost model work? Can you share anything around that?
That is a deeply layered question. So Azure itself, it depends on what we're talking about here. So if it's infrastructure or software as a service. So Azure has a great pricing calculator, and if you just search for Azure pricing calculator, it'll come up. You'll get an idea of what the services are. But then there's this concept of ingress and egress. And I always joke, the cloud is kind of like New Jersey. It's free to get in, but you have to pay to get out. So that's the idea of egress. So when you try to take your data out of Azure, then that's where it's going to cost you. Like if it has to leave an Azure data center. Usually, traffic between data centers is free, but not always. So there's almost always this example of where you're doing something, you find out, surprise, you've been billed for this. That's why the cost calculator is quite useful. It helps you figure out where that's really happening. But all data going into Azure, I'm not aware of any data going in that you get charged for. I'm only aware of when you bring data out. So sometimes it's beneficial to bring data out, a whole bunch of data out that you know will be used by multiple users somewhere else. Instead of having the users hit Azure all the time, you maybe have them hit an Azure Elasticache or something that's just sitting there, and that way it might be a little more cost effective.
Okay, excellent. Well, I think that's all the time we have in our live Q&A, but lots of good feedback on the presentation and the demo. What was that URL again for people to go to?
oriondemo.solarwinds.com.
oriondemo.solarwinds.com. All right, excellent. Well, thank you so much for being on the event today, Thomas.
Okay, thanks for having me.
And thank you to SolarWinds for supporting today's event. Check out the URL that's there in the Handouts tab. That'll take you to solarwinds.com. And once you're there, there's a number of different ways to try out the SolarWinds solutions that Thomas was talking about in his presentation. And now it's time for our next prize winner. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to James Spivey. James Spivey from Kansas. Congratulations. We'll reach out to you to deliver that gift card. And with that, I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's Megacast. That is Mr. Matt Wallace, CTO at Faction. Matt, are you there?
I am. Hey, good afternoon. Pleasure to be here.
Good afternoon, Matt. Thanks for being on. Take it away.
Awesome. Well, thanks. Like you said, Matt Wallace, I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Faction. Faction operates a multi-cloud data services platform. And today we're going to postulate that multi-cloud and data are like peanut butter and jelly. And we honestly tried to make this a little lighthearted and fun. And I have a ton of material, so I'll go a little bit fast and look forward to Q&A. You know, Faction's been around for a long time, and we started off doing tons of infrastructure work, branched really into cloud with VMware Cloud and AWS and disaster recovery, where we kind of recognized by Gartner. But the thing that we're focused on today is around what we do with Dell, where we have a multi-cloud data services platform where we can attach things into multiple clouds, and we'll dig in on that. I myself have kind of been around the block at places like Level 3, FireWest, Exodus, VMware actually, for a stint, and so on. But in order to get level set on this, I think we have to talk about what multi-cloud is, because everybody has a completely different definition. And it's not to say everybody else is wrong, although they're wrong. But we're going to talk about really kind of the lens through which we view things and talk about things, because it looks a little different when you're Faction, because we do things that are very unique. Before we do that, let's talk about hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is this classic idea, right, that you could have some on-premises infrastructure, something you operate probably in your own data center, maybe even in a hosted private cloud. You could stitch into public cloud services, right? And kind of hybrid cloud is about maintaining this consistent operating model and workflows and compatibility between those environments. So you could, in theory, move workloads around and burst and things of that nature. The multi-cloud world. I said as much of a good thing as you can possibly handle. And really it's because, frankly, there's a ton of diversity out there on the clouds today. If you look at Amazon and Azure and GCP and other clouds, SaaS services and so on, plus, of course, your own data centers, because hybrid multi-cloud isn't unreasonable, plus the kind of growing needs to get data out to the edge, whether it's talking to your refrigerator or your tablet or up to a satellite. All these considerations are pretty interesting from the standpoint of the interaction between these. The problem with multi-cloud, of course, is how do you actually leverage all of those things in an operationally consistent way? How do you do it without copying your data? So to even talk about this, to even ask the question of why multi-cloud, I think I have to talk about why cloud in the first place, and this is important for how we view the world. So we've got these two charts. One of them is messy than the other because I hand drew one of them. But there's this idea here that when you're choosing to do something in your organization, we all have more than we can get done, right? And so you want to deliver things that have the highest value with the lowest effort. Right? When you can do something that you leverage a SaaS service and it saves you hundreds or thousands of man hours of time, right? That's a huge win. In another context, somebody said, if you can spend $1 million on a cloud service that makes you $5 million in money, that's not something you want to control the cost of. You want to double down on that and do more of what that is. The interesting thing about clouds and choosing cloud versus choosing on-prem versus choosing hybrid cloud is there's this axis of how fast you need to move, the agility, versus how critical is your workload. And when you start looking at things that are high paces of change, high agility, that's where you go cloud or multi-cloud. If they're highly critical, you may end up doing carefully architected topologies where it's very, very specific to the application, where kind of general rules of thumb don't apply. But in that context, the important thing here is pace of change and agility is what drives great cloud adoption. And so if you think about this from a cloud services standpoint, right, there are all these services across public clouds, and it's hard to even keep track because they're growing so rapidly and there's so much diversity. And the truth is, in the early days of cloud, there's a lot of consistency between these environments. If you think about, for example, AWS had a certain instance type. Azure, you could expect to have an instance type. If one cloud provider added GPU functionality, another would add GPUs and network constructs and block storage and object storage and file systems and so on to kind of fill all these gaps. The truth is, though, now there's a lot less commonality. And the challenge with cloud is that you have to almost be an expert in all of them to take full advantage in a certain way or have access to all of them, because a service that does, say, image recognition or video transcoding or things may not be the same in one cloud versus another. And as the use cases get more complicated, as people begin to rely on those clouds more and more for things like machine learning, analytics, reporting, data warehousing, et cetera, IoT interactions, you name it. It becomes interesting for many people to get to a point where they can actually pick and choose which services they want across clouds. Happens in two ways, right? Either it's a larger enterprise and they have different business units that pick one cloud versus another because for their particular app or their particular use case, that cloud's just better. Or even in other cases, you have certain sets of people who they choose to do processing in a cloud. Like, for example, they might put their data warehouse into AWS Redshift, but they might get results from that and then visualize it in Azure Power BI. And those kind of hybrid between two public cloud use cases are also increasing. And the point I'm trying to make here really is that there's a bit of a virtuous cycle that's going on in public cloud, right? They create new services. People use more cloud use, which generates more money, which incents them to do more innovation because it's a highly competitive space with hundreds of billions of dollars at play. And I think if there's one takeaway from this, what you should realize is that it's only going to increase from here still. Competition between the cloud providers is fierce, margins are excellent, and so they're going to keep innovating and doing awesome things. What does that mean to you? Well, your data is the lifeblood of your enterprise. It's about data, right, is where you're at. If you think about this from a data gravity standpoint, if you have data in one cloud, getting out of that cloud into another cloud can be really difficult. That can be challenging. And so we solve some of that problem. First of all, you do not want to have to deal with moving data into and out of, say, an on-premise facility that might be 15 or 20 or 60 milliseconds away from a network standpoint on a single pipe that you got, or help you this SD-WAN system that you've jury-rigged up across a bunch of smaller links. But you do want to be able to, if you're going to take advantage of cloud, you don't want to have to make copies of data. You don't want to have to worry about synchronizing multiple copies of data. And so being able to beat data gravity, get your data accessible to many clouds at the same time, at high bandwidth, at low latency, is one of those things that enables real multi-cloud use cases. And at this point, you're probably thinking, wait, what? Because we're just talking about this like it's totally theoretical. Who's really doing this? And so let's go into a real-world example. One of Faction's customers that I really enjoyed working with is a petrotechnical company. So they gather seismic surveys from all around the globe, kind of mostly trolling around in ships taking sonar scans of undersea floors and other sorts of data points like that. They've shifted from sort of physical wildcatting, where they want to go look at likely places and use sort of traditional metrics to decide where to drill, into a full-blown machine learning, right? Analytics, platform where they're kind of using all of this data and all these nuances and training and retraining models to figure out based on historical results as well as sort of other details where they're best off investing and kind of actually drilling, because drilling an undersea floor is a very expensive investment. You're much better off paying for more compute ahead of time so you can save on drill time later. What we do for them is we tie all this infrastructure into a multi-cloud environment. They have their on-premise data center where they used to run this application soup to nuts. But what they're doing now is they started off with disaster recovery, where we're able to replicate not only their VMware workloads, but also their entire unstructured data set, which is many petabytes of data. That gets pulled into our hybrid disaster recovery service for the VMware workloads, as well as this Faction multi-cloud data platform for the unstructured data. From there, we're actually able to take that data, the unstructured data, and tie it into each cloud simultaneously. So with one copy of the data, which, by the way, they're also using for disaster recovery, so they needed the offsite copy anyways, we're able to stitch it into each of the public clouds. And now they can leverage that to use cloud-native analytics on that platform. Powerful concept there, right? They're going to pay for the storage anyways. They needed a performant, scalable DR anyways, which they got for their workload via VMware Cloud and AWS, which we're a partner with. But then they can actually leverage each of the public cloud services with the exact same data without having to move it or copy it. So that's one use case, and you're probably thinking, okay, that's neat, right? But is that really broadly applicable across industries, or is this some special use case? No, it's really not just petrotechnical or oil and gas. We do highlight them, right? But here's some other use cases we're involved in. So at financial services, right, where again, you're collecting tons of data, and the lifeblood of financial services is how well and how quickly can you do analytics. Some of that certainly comes from the technology stack. How quickly can you access data, right? Not necessarily a real-time trading platform thing, but how much can you leverage the innovation in the public clouds to actually do analytics across this massive data that you are gathering? And of course, because it's so much data, you don't want to make extra copies. Healthcare, again. Now, it's not just about access to innovation with healthcare, because GPUs end up being used for things like genomic analysis. And so being able to do analytics in the cloud is partially about how can you take one data set, for example, the full genomes for thousands or tens of thousands of people. How can you do variant analysis on those genomes by turning up GPU instances across many clouds? Can you save dollars by selecting the cheapest spot instance across many clouds? Can you make sure you have the largest scale for the fastest result by being able to turn up tens of thousands of GPUs by accessing all the clouds simultaneously with the same data set? The answer is yes, and we do that. Media and entertainment. An hour ago, I just got off the phone with an enterprise that is involved strictly with media and entertainment technology development, right? This is something that everybody's wrestling with. How do you take all these studios that are involved in producing something and make it function across a set of studios who are all contributing to the delivery of an end result product, right? One movie, if you ever look at credits, involves dozens and sometimes more studios, each of which has their own staff, and obviously each of which needs access to the data. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with the audit trail of that? And how do you do it without having to move these massive video files that are used for rendering over and over and over again? Autonomous driving is arguably the craziest of these data-generated use cases. We are talking about thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of fleet cars that go out and capture hundreds of thousands of hours of video, millions or billions of still images, all of which are used to train deep learning models so that cars know how to drive themselves. And Tesla's obviously the most well-known example because their self-driving capability has evolved. But every car company understands that the future of their business hinges upon making cars more autonomous because, frankly, we're not actually great at driving as people, and we'd rather do something else than actually pay attention if the car can do it itself. One other thing we've managed to do with multi-cloud that's pretty powerful is enable disaster recovery. And I threw Waldo in here because, frankly, it's not really a vertical. It's more of a use case. But it's actually something we see so consistently striped across these other use cases that it's really worth kind of highlighting. So at this point, you're thinking, okay, I see that there are probably big data use cases across many verticals, but you have to ask this question of like, is this real? Like, how have I never heard of this, right? So, picture's worth 1,000 words. We'll walk through this one. You have this idea. We call it the cloud control volume. And it's certainly not the only thing that Faction does. We have other services as well, things like managed services, things like compute services. But the core of what we do, the thing that has, I think, the most transformational impact on IT, on application development, is this idea of this pool of data with all sorts of different attributes, because we have many different types of storage to plug in for many different types of use cases. But in this, I'm going to take this same diagram and I'm going to walk you through each of the things here so we can talk about it, right? So first of all, sitting here at the core, we've built a platform that has these storage choices for different use cases. So for example, file is great for sort of traditional home directory access, right? If you have users that need to share documents or applications that need to tap into NFS mounts from across clouds, something like a persistent volume claim from Kubernetes clusters that you want to be able to shift between Amazon and Azure. Totally reasonable use case, right? All the way up to file scale out, where we can go to literally 50 plus petabytes at a single NFS mount that you can leverage. So massive scale that could be consumed by thousands of instances across multiple clouds at the same time, down to object. And of course, there's interactions between these things. Like we can take your file scale out and automatically turn it into object for you. And then different performance characteristics, right? Maybe you need it to be slow and cheap and deep. Maybe you need it to be blisteringly fast, right? And we can accommodate those. Then number two, you really have to have a way to tie this all into the clouds, right? That's too much complexity for you to deal with. This is not something you want to wrestle with. And believe you me, because I've spent plenty of time looking at public cloud networking, you really don't want to. So we built what we call the Faction Inter-Network Exchange, or FIX for short. And it's basically a multi-cloud network fabric where we can take all these things, the storage assets, compute, even on-prem connectivity for customers that come into us from, say, MPLS, VPLS, Ethernet private line, et cetera, and tie those into these clouds. Not just one cloud, but multiple clouds. And the ability to let you reallocate bandwidth between them, because maybe one day you wake up and you realize you actually want to use a lot more Azure tomorrow for some project, and you'd like to reallocate that. And we do that, and it's something you don't have to worry about, right? And the demarcation goes into your environment, right? So we're actually providing you with a circuit you can attach to your VNet gateway or attach to your Amazon VPC, where there's not a bunch of like operational management for you to worry about, right? We make it simple, and we reduce this to a single routing domain. So all these things are accessing the same storage at the same time without making copies, and with full network isolation, full privacy and security along those lines, total isolation. So that's a really powerful part of our platform. And we kind of abstract it away so you don't have to worry about, problems with, say, overlapping IP addresses or VLANs or things of that nature. It's just sort of handled for you. Of course, key thing, and this is maybe arguably the biggest differentiator, because you may have heard of other services that allow you to attach storage into a cloud. Most of them, if they're doing that, they work with multiple clouds, but they do not work with multi-cloud. In other words, it's very important for you to be able to take your data and make it simultaneously available to multiple clouds, not just one at a time, not just serially, but actually be able to have the same volume. And if we had more time, I could actually show you a demo where I literally have a volume mounted from Amazon that I'm writing data to, and I'm reading that data at the same time out of an Azure instance. So that's really powerful when you start thinking about it. If you have anything where you duplicate data across clouds, which obviously data management is a challenge, we simplify that. What easier way to deal with data sprawl than by simply having a centralized copy that you can access from everywhere? The next part of this is, of course, if you've got existing on-prem investments, there's a pretty decent chance that you'd like to have some sort of level of interoperability. Moving data to the cloud, moving data back out of the cloud, understanding what it looks like, having some kind of data sovereignty, control over your data can be a challenge. And so we actually have huge play here where customers have existing on-prem investments, especially with Dell, where we're so deeply integrated with their platform, where they can actually move data back and forth and kind of stitch these things together. And it doesn't necessarily, of course, have to be the same tier. We can kind of move it from faster to slower, slower to faster along the way, but it all works seamlessly with the on-prem storage as well. It doesn't have to exist. It is optional. This service works the same way, but if you have platforms that support things like moving data back and forth, it's great because we then support doing that for the on-prem version and then making that on-prem data available to multiple clouds. And the final thing, of course, is, you want to have things that make the data more useful. So it's not just a dumb volume attached to the cloud. We have some services that operate as a SaaS on our portal that can actually manipulate and do things with the data. And we take that data and basically do things like transformation. In this little screenshot we've thrown in, we're taking somebody's VMware volume where we can actually index the VMs and export them and push them into Amazon as AMIs, all with the push of a button. Just a trust our IAM rule, and it's basically completely automated for the customer. So, wait, there's more. There's actually not more. Peanut butter and jelly, though. Multi-cloud and data, they fit together perfectly because what you really want is you want to make the most of your data. That's what makes your business successful, is being agile with the data that you have and being able to do more with your dev teams. And on that note, I will just say there are a bunch of really cool use cases. We could talk about these at length, and they're super neat. But of course, there's only a limited amount of time, and I hopefully have whet your appetite and maybe changed the way you're thinking about the possibility of multi-cloud, because it's really exciting. And of course, constraining developers to being forced into using a cloud they don't really want, that's not right for the use case, is just a bad plan. That's kind of how we got shadow IT in the first place. We've got some great resources that'll be in the slide, and I am delighted to take questions.
Great presentation. Absolutely. Yeah, let's do some questions here with the audience. While we do that, I'm going to bring up this poll, and the poll says, what additional information would you like about the faction solution? We'll just leave that up. I like this first comment. Thomas said that he's hungry for peanut butter and jelly now. Thank you. But in all seriousness,
it's about lunchtime here too.
That's right. That's right. In all seriousness, first question that came in, they're asking, you said on the last slide about containers. Technically, how does this solution work with containers for companies that are using those?
Sure. Yeah, great question. So it's really great. Actually, I love the evolution towards containers. At the end of the day, containers are meant to be ephemeral, and I'm sure everybody's heard the phrase, cattle, not pets, right? You want something you can turn up and destroy. But of course, some applications absolutely have to have persistent data. Unironically, that particular phrase they use in Kubernetes is persistent volume claim. Persistent volume claim is essentially like a virtual disk of sorts you can attach to a container that can persist through reboots and move around. Our platforms support being a persistent volume claim attached to your container. So it's amazing because you can take something like the persistent volume claim that holds your database, for example, and take a container and actually shut down the pod that's holding it in AWS and turn an identical pod up in Azure. And in many cases, we're talking fractions of a second startup time. And because the data is sitting in the middle, we've essentially moved your container from one cloud to another instantaneously because the data didn't actually have to move. Interesting idea. So directly interacts with the persistent volume claim construct in Kubernetes is the short answer.
Okay, very nice. Let's see, Jeffrey said, it looks like a great product. Chris said, nice presentation. Next question that I see on the list here is, what about security? With all this connectivity, is security or compliance an issue?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, for certain customers, absolutely, it's like the first thing that's top of mind. I have this large white paper that we kind of wrote at one point. We were working with a Fortune 100 financial firm who's a customer of ours, right? And they could not have been more sensitive about all of these things. So we're able to really kind of describe in detail. And one of the things that I think makes us different from abstract cloud is we're very specific and can be very prescriptive about how all this stuff does stitch together when it comes down to brass tacks. And so we have, full physical and logical isolation across all these networks. And of course, we support encryption at rest. And for people who want to leverage protocols that support it, like NFS v4.1 with Kerberos 5P, we support encryption in flight. So we kind of have the soup to nuts version of this and the ability to do that. But even for people who have to leverage, like, say, clear text on the wire protocols, we can show you how you can actually still be secure and compliant because all of the things that we do provide full isolation like it's all running in your own data center, right? These are all certified, compliant parts of infrastructure, and we can kind of walk you through the details, so it's very safe.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I know that was a major concern on a poll we did at the start of this event. Security was the number one or number two concern about moving to public cloud offerings. So great that you all have those concerns already covered. Next question here, if I'm only in one cloud today, why would I look at using this?
Yeah, it's a great question. Actually, it's interesting because we actually do have a fair number of customers who, although, one of the great things about our platform is it is inherently multi-cloud oriented and multi-cloud prepared, they're not necessarily in more than one cloud. However, usually it's because of the optionality factor, right? We're starting with a data set that typically only gets accessed from one cloud, but they're sort of aware that their teams are experimenting with a second cloud, or they have some other application where they're not moving the data onto this service yet, but it runs in another cloud, and they just want to keep their options open. You know, you guys probably read about that NASA story, right? NASA's got like 100 plus petabytes of data in Amazon, and they're like, oh, we can't actually do anything with this, and we can't get it back out because we never budgeted for the egress charges, right? One of the challenges people have is that unpredictability of what you're going to want to do with your data next. And we pretty much eliminate that uncertainty, right? If your data is on our platform, we don't charge for moving data anywhere at any time. We actually have an integration with Azure where we can make pulling data out of Azure completely egress charge-free. And the ability to just know in the future that if tomorrow you wake up and want to leverage your data in a different cloud, you can just do it, and there's no cost and there's no time differential to kind of getting to that solution is really powerful. So optionality would be the big reason why you'd pick this over just dumping it into a cloud sort of blindly, because that way you kind of have your options open.
I like that. Yeah, that sounds like the smart way to go about multi-cloud here. So last question we probably have time for, and that is if people want to get started with the solution you talked about here today, what do you encourage them to do? What should be the next step?
Yeah, I mean, I think the obvious answer there is come visit us on our website and get in touch. You know, we can obviously set people up with things like you know, proof of concepts and demos and reference architectures and so on and so forth, right? So pretty easy to get started and kind of understand the possibilities. Just factioninc.com.
Factioninc.com. All right, excellent. Well, thank you so much for being on the event today, Matt.
Yeah, thank you so much.
For more information, check out factioninc.com. Also, check out the full slide deck presentation that Matt has provided. It's there in the Handouts tab. You can download that in PDF form and check it out after today's presentation. And now it's time for our next prize announcement. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Izzy Lamas from Illinois. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing it. Izzy Lamas from Illinois. And we have another grand prize, another awesome drone going to Kyle Howerton from Washington. Congratulations, Kyle Howerton from Washington. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's Megacast. That is Mr. Bill Gerling, Technical Product Manager at Rubrik. Bill, are you there?
I'm here, David.
Hey, great to have you on, Bill. Take it away.
Thanks for having me. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bill Gerling. As David said, I'm a Technical Product Manager here at Rubrik, and today we are going to talk about all things cloud and cloud data management with regards to Rubrik. What we're going to do is we're going to start out with some of the foundational things that we've seen, that our customers have seen in the marketplace relative to data protection and the public cloud. We're going to talk about some adoption patterns that we've seen and some pains along the way as customers have begun focusing more on public cloud solutions and trying to come up with data protection strategies that sort of bridge across clouds and across environments. And then, we'll move on to some of the things that Rubrik is doing and how Rubrik is helping accelerate that adoption, as well as helping to ease some of the operational headaches that may or may not come with certain adoption patterns when it comes to public cloud consumption. So let's start out with the basics. Everybody is, looking to transform into a digital enterprise today, right? That's sort of stating the obvious, especially with recent goings on across the globe. And this sort of inherently leads to data fragmentation. Applications spread across privately hosted and owned data centers, one or more, oftentimes in managed environments, colos, things of that nature, out at the remote office, the branch office, and oftentimes and more frequently in one or more public cloud platforms. Maybe this multi-cloud initiative is part of a diversification effort within a single organization. Maybe this has happened as a byproduct of merger and acquisition. There's a number, maybe it's a hedge against the future, but there's a number of reasons why we've seen our customer base adopting one or more public clouds in addition to these other places that they have infrastructure and application footprints. And all the while, you're trying to figure out how I can adopt these strategies without having to have point solutions in each and every environment tailored to that solution for protecting data there and for allowing for rapid recovery, analytics on top of that data set, so on and so forth. How do I avoid getting locked into like a single tool set that may or may not be portable across environments, that may crush me with technical debt, a month or a year or 5 years down the road when I'm looking to pivot my strategy for what happens then? How am I going to mitigate these ransomware attacks that seem to be more and more frequent as time goes by? There's a lot of tension in this data fragmentation, while there is also a lot of value in having access to all these platforms. And so what we've sought to do is to try and minimize the impact of this diversification and actually allow our customers to extract some value out of this diversity. And the first thing that needs to happen in order to accomplish that is we need to sort of eliminate siloed tool sets when it comes to data management, data protection. What you may have is on-prem, you may have a traditional data protection solution. This could be made of one or more pieces or parts, maybe something that was invented decades ago and that has sort of grown through acquisition or grown through platform evolution underneath it. And, the solution has had to sort of pivot and expand to adopt to new consumption models. You may also have application teams within your organization that are backing up their applications independent of the underlying platforms themselves, right? So you might be doing RMAN dumps somewhere, or you might be running SQL maintenance plans. You may be doing copy data management through some tooling, or you may just be orchestrating or scripting these activities using command line, Bash, Python, PowerShell, whatever your weapon of choice is. And then these cloud initiatives come into play and these cloud platforms come into play, and you've got options there as well, right? So you can port sort of your legacy tooling up into these platforms and hope it fits. You can begin to use the tooling that is purpose-built for each one of these platforms and then kind of try and normalize that data set along with the other data sets in order to do things like compliance reporting and capacity reporting and things of that nature. Or you can kind of seek to homogenize the tool set that you use across all these environments rather than kind of ETLing the outputs of each of these activities into a single and standard format. And that's kind of where Rubrik comes into play. We want to avoid all of this sort of costly, complex, cumbersome architectures that have presented themselves sort of through this native evolution of the landscape. And instead, we want to centralize all of that activity with a single software fabric that makes it easy to do the things that you need to do, right? Your sort of operational backup and recovery workflows. And then we want to take it a step further, and we want you to be able to use those data sets for new and exciting things. And in order to do that, the first and foremost requirement is that we build and deliver a data protection solution that is simple and easy to deploy, configure, and to operationalize so that the data protection element can kind of get out of the way and we can focus on things that are adding value. So how do we do it, I guess, is the next natural question. And so what we do is, first and foremost, we start by eliminating silos. One control plane to manage all of this activity, whether you're on-prem on physical, whether you're virtualized on-prem, whether you're backing up an application on-prem, whether you're protecting a workload at the edge, whether you're protecting user data directly, or whether you're protecting cloud workloads within the platforms that they reside in. We want to give you a single point of control that can be used to configure the policies that are used to protect these workloads, that are used to lifecycle those data sets as needed, that are used to expire those protected data sets when the time comes, and that is used to report about capacity, about compliance, and about the success or failure of those data protection operations. So step one, unify the silos, make it easy to do data protection. How do you accomplish that? Well, first and foremost, you need a simple policy that auto-inherits when it's applied to certain segments of the infrastructure of the application, and that is easy to manage and doesn't require a bunch of implicit instructions in the backup operation itself. And with Rubrik, we call that an SLA domain, where you simply define frequency, you define retention, and you define where the data set should live. Then you map it to various resources, and we auto-discover and auto-protect in accordance with that policy assignment. And you can be as broad or as granular with that assignment as you want. The inheritance will be broken and overridden if you get more specific with the assignment. We then offer up instant recovery for various workload types, regardless of where they reside. So virtual machines on-prem, we can instantly recover those with a near zero RPO. SQL and Oracle, we offer up instant recovery for those workload types as well. We also offer up Google-like search across all of these data sets. So if you were to protect, say, EC2 instances, on-prem virtual machines, and a physical database, all with the Rubrik solution, you would have global search across all of those objects for all of the data protection activities that have taken place through Rubrik Polaris. Similarly, we want to make sure that you're secure in your operations, right? Security is table stakes these days. Everything needs to be encrypted in transit and at rest. We provide that for you. All data stored for the purposes of data protection should be immutable in nature. If you can merely jump vertically or horizontally into a repository that's got your backup data in it and encrypt that data set after it's already been written, it's not going to be a useful mitigation for ransomware attacks. And so immutability is something that is a cornerstone of our platform and that we enforce wherever possible. Lastly, we want to make sure that we're built for cloud. We don't want to bolt on to cloud, and we don't want to use any sort of shim in order to integrate from a public cloud perspective. In order to accomplish that, we use native API integrations with all the cloud platforms that we support, regardless of what we're doing there. So if we're archiving an on-prem data set to the cloud for long-term retention, there's no storage gateway. We're talking natively to the storage service on the cloud. If we're protecting workloads in the public cloud, say EC2 instances in AWS, we're using the EC2 APIs to protect them. If we're protecting Azure managed disks, we're using Azure Compute APIs to protect those managed disks. And then we use the same SLA policy in order to define how we protect those things, and we make those SLA policies portable across workload types. So what sort of things are we doing with regards to public cloud and data protection today that might be useful as customers sort of start walking down this path? Number one, we offer up cloud archival if you're protecting workloads on-prem. This can be to your public cloud of choice. You see a few highlighted up top that we support today. But we also have the capacity to support anything S3 compliant, be it on-prem or public cloud, as well as things like NAS and tape if they're required for long-term retention. Additionally, we offer up the ability to use those data sets that you age off into the public cloud for the purposes of lifting and shifting virtual machines out of the data center and into AWS or Azure today. This can be an on-demand operation, or it can be driven through policy and happen each time a new snapshot hits the repository. And it essentially allows you to take VMs that you're using on-prem, convert them to instances or VMs, and use them for whatever purposes you may have in the public cloud, all in an automated fashion. So maybe you hook us into a service portal of some sort and allow launches for test dev through this paradigm, or maybe it's a component of a migration strategy where you may lift and shift a few of your virtual machines through this backup data set into the cloud, so on and so forth. A number of ways to slice and dice and have value out of it. And then lastly, whether workloads were migrated or provisioned up into AWS or Azure, we offer up the capacity to protect those workloads using cloud-native constructs in the corresponding platforms. Additionally, we also support Office 365 backup today. And so let's talk about the long-term retention in the cloud use case to begin with. First and foremost, we always recommend that you tier your data to the cheapest and most operationally pleasing data service in the public cloud that you can consume relative to your constraints. So this could be S3, it could be Azure Blob, it could be Glacier, it could be the archive tier on Azure, it could be object in Google, it could be some other third-party object. Whatever weapon of choice fits your tool set the best, we're here to aid you in using that platform for cost reduction, for resiliency, for scalability through this cloud out feature. And essentially what it lets you do is simply define a policy and a point in time at which data will age out of the Rubrik cluster running on-prem, and that and it will be written in an incremental manner alongside with all of the requisite corresponding components, index data, all metadata, et cetera, into the object store of your choice. We'll manage the data lifecycle, so we're responsible for moving it up into the storage target long term. We have the capability to data lifecycle down to cooler storage tiers. We have the ability to search and recover out of the archive just as seamlessly as if it was on-prem. We have the ability to attach, other clusters, be they virtual or physical, to this repository for the purposes of recovery if your primary site fails for some reason. And obviously, with it being a separate domain with regards to ransomware attacks, it offers up some increased mitigation against ransomware attacks on premises. In the event that such an occurrence were to surface, this data set would be located outside of your environment and less likely to be subject to such an event. Cloud On piggybacks on top of Cloud Out, right? So we leverage that same data set that you are archiving for the purposes of long-term retention, and we offer up the ability for you to lift and shift on-premises virtual machines into AWS and Azure today. Again, that can be done in either an automated fashion, a most recent backup type of thing, or it can be done as part of an on-demand workflow that may be initiated as part of a pipeline or part of a request from a service portal, through a script, or through the Rubrik console or directly to the Rubrik API as well. And this process is an intelligent process. It's incremental in nature, so we're not merely submitting to a import service and importing the virtual machine. We're actually using a mechanism that allows us to convert incrementally. And again, it can all be driven through automation, so it can be very useful if you need a quick way to recover from an outage, if you need to seed an environment for migration purpose, or if you're looking to facilitate sort of an ephemeral test dev in the cloud type of workflow. All of these things are things that Cloud On can assist you with this sort of managed and automated lift and shift approach. Cloud native protection, driven out of Polaris, offers the ability to take that same SLA construct that customers may or may not have used on premises and port that to public cloud data protection. What we have the ability to do here is we can essentially very quickly and seamlessly integrate with the platform that you seek to protect. We'll go ahead and auto-discover instances and volumes in the regions that you've selected for protection. We don't require agent installs or anything like that. You simply add the accounts and the subscriptions that you're protecting, the projects that you're protecting, and we'll go ahead and iterate out the resources that we've discovered inside of those environments and allow you to pretty rapidly begin assigning policies to them. Data protection with regards to the public cloud should be automated in every way possible. Most folks are using tagging strategies or some other sort of associated metadata store for the purposes of applying business logic to resources that they've provisioned up into these platforms. And so data protection should slipstream right into those existing processes, and that's what we sought to do here. You can apply policies either at the account or subscription level and have them auto-inherent down to the workloads in those environments, or you can build rules that associate tagging data, tagging keys, and tagging values with the SLA policies that define RPO and RTO from a Rubrik perspective. And Polaris will periodically poll and discover resources that have been provisioned recently or that have had their tags changed, and will assign the appropriate SLAs based upon the values that we perceive on those resources. This is applicable across subscriptions, across accounts, even across platforms if you want. And so it really eases the operational burden of data protection from a public cloud perspective. Recovery in minutes is something that we can facilitate both in place and across regions. The SLAs offer up the ability for you to replicate any snapshots that we create from the source region to target destination region. We can search across all of these snapshots and across all platforms from our global search. We offer up the ability to restore instances and volumes in place, rolling them back to a point in time that you've selected without changing things like the resource IDs or the instance IDs or the private IPs. We offer the ability to create a copy within region or across regions. We offer up single file search and recovery out of these cloud native snapshots. We also offer up the ability to recover things like volumes and dynamically attach them to whatever mount point the source volume is located at today. So pretty agile and really really broad ability to apply these policies and recover quickly, regardless of which segment of the environment you're operating in. Elastic compute is used whenever we do need to run compute in our customer environments. Almost all the functionality that's been described is merely SaaS with some sort of cross-account or cross-tenant access in order for us to be able to make API calls. But there is occasionally time when compute needs to be run to do things like, say, file-level indexing. In that circumstance, we take sort of a cloudy approach to it in the sense that we use ephemeral compute that runs on demand in your environment, does the work that needs to be done, and then tears down when that operation is complete. And then only metadata is passed back to our SaaS platform that is the command and control of all of these operations. Yeah, and then lastly, long-term retention in the source region, in the remote region, and then ultimately long-term retention for your on-premises data protection assets in the same cloud platforms. And that kind of covers operational backup and recovery, but there really is more to the story, and that is that everything we've talked about so far is really steeped in the fact that data protection solutions should do backups and they should do restores. And backups are great and restores are even better, but we talked at the beginning about trying to derive more from our data protection assets, and that's where the additional capabilities of Polaris kind of come into play. And so you can see here that, we provide data protection solutions regardless of whether you're in the data center, at a remote site, or in a public cloud platform. But we also extend that into this universal control plane that we call Polaris, right? This is the SaaS platform that sort of amalgamates all of this metadata together and allows us to do things like the global search that I've described, or the protection of multiple clouds and multiple accounts and subscriptions and regions from a single point of control. But it's also what allows us to ingest that metadata for more advanced capabilities like our radar, our ransomware detection and intelligent rollback capability, or Sonar, our data governance platform. And the goal of Polaris is really to get all of your metadata centralized so that you can have this single place where you can run these analytics operations on the data set to allow you to sort of derive these insights from a data set that would otherwise be cold unless you needed to recover for some purpose. And yeah, these applications are built today largely around ransomware recovery and data governance, but as you can see here, we're looking at expanding that portfolio always into additional areas of security, into additional areas focused around orchestration, cloud native protection, so on and so forth. And so really, the net of it is that the goal here is that you have this single source of truth regardless of what you're protecting, that you've got this single point of control, you've got this single API to automate against, you've got a single engine for compliance reporting. You've got a single place to do data protection, regardless if you're taking cloud snapshots or ingesting off of a physical server. You've got the ability to execute, governance workflows and mitigation workflows across these data sets. You've got the ability to enhance your security posture using metadata from data protection operations. And you've got data mobility across platforms, all from this single control plane that historically has done nothing more than backup assets and recover assets when something has failed. And this is really our vision for cloud data management as we continue to sort of innovate on this theme. It is that we want to make operational data protection, backup, and recovery very simple and almost make it table stakes. And we want to move towards normalizing this data set so that you can extract all these immense pieces of value out of it without having to have purpose-built tooling or additional copies of that data that you're already storing in order to do so. And with that, I am all set. I believe there's probably some Q&A coming up. Happy to take your questions, and thank you so much for your time and for listening in.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, Bill. Really cool stuff that you guys are doing there at Rubrik. We do have some questions for you. While we do that, I've brought up this poll that just says, what additional information would you like about the Rubrik solution? And we'll leave that up while we do some Q&A. So first question that came in, they're asking, or actually I guess commenting first, that AWS and Azure have their own backup services. So why would I use Rubrik to protect workloads that are running in the public cloud like AWS and Azure?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I'm certainly not here to knock anyone's solution in any way, shape, or form. We're great partners with AWS. We're great partners with Microsoft. But, those solutions are built for those platforms and are often built with a philosophy in mind and a consumption model in mind. And they many times do make sense. But there are times that we've seen time and time again from the field that there are customers that are operating in hybrid architectures that maybe that tool set can't service as well, or they're operating in, with a consumption model in mind that doesn't fit the philosophy of the underlying tool set that's available, or they're operating across clouds or at some scale that native or have some application deployed in some way that native tooling doesn't necessarily cut the mustard either operationally or in terms of, the resiliency or speed of recovery that it's able to provide. And so what we do is we piggyback on top of the capabilities oftentimes of the native tooling, and then we bring additional value add where we can, whether that's global search, whether that's file level recovery, whether that is, consolidated compliance reporting across platforms and hybrid architectures. What we seek to do is not to try and compete with anybody's tooling or call anyone's baby ugly in any way, shape, or form, but instead to take what's great about all that stuff and to bring additional value to the table on top of it. And then to ultimately, again, kind of going back to the sonar and the radar things, to allow you to do more than just back up and recover, that's kind of why we call it the cloud data management buzzword that now flies around everywhere. Is we seek to do more than just back up, which is why we say don't back up, go forward. The goal is to take this data set and do more with it as well. So that's kind of the elevator pitch on us versus the native tooling. It doesn't necessarily have to be a verse. It's an as well type of thing.
Okay, yeah, you make a great point there. I mean, companies, they need a lot more than just backup. They need data is everywhere, and it's honestly it's a mess, I'm sure, at a lot of companies, and they really need data analysis and data consolidation and optimization and all these types of things that you all can provide at Rubrik. Next question, they're asking, what are my options for automating Rubrik's capabilities?
Oh, that's a great question, and it's really it's one of the cornerstones of our philosophy. So my recommendation, if you're interested in automation and in Rubrik in any way, shape, or form, would be to check out build.rubrik.com. So that's Bravo Uniform India Lima Delta.rubrik.com. And that is kind of like our developer portal. We've got a number of different ways that you can interact with the platform programmatically. So you can go as fundamental as curling the REST API on our solution, and get as advanced as consuming off-the-shelf integrations for things like ServiceNow, VRA, et cetera, Splunk, so on and so forth. All of these things, we have canned integrations available on that same site. And then we've also got SDKs that we've written if you want to do some automation, but you don't feel like sort of rolling your API calls yourself all together and chaining them all together. And so what we've done is we've built SDKs in Python and in Go, and there's a rich PowerShell set of modules out there that most folks are probably familiar with. And so you kind of, any way you want to slice or dice it, there's a number of options out there. You can write directly against the API, grab an SDK, or you can reach out and grab an off-the-shelf integration from one of the many marketplaces that we're in. And then if there's something that should be off the shelf that you don't see, or if there's some experience that you don't have the ability to replicate somehow, some way, you can always reach out to any of us at Rubrik on social media or to your account team or whatever. And we've got a bunch of folks that specialize in the automation orchestration space and are very passionate about it and ready to help.
Very nice. Yeah, you all at Rubrik are always doing some incredible things with automation. That's what I typically see when I notice something related to Rubrik. It's some new innovation around automation. So kudos to the whole team in that regard. Next question that came in, and this goes back to the poll we did at the start of the event where they said the audience indicated that security was one of their greatest concerns when utilizing cloud services. This question kind of goes to the heart of that. How do you authenticate when protecting AWS and Azure workloads?
That's a great question, especially since we're a SaaS platform. The control of the platform itself is outside of the auspices of the consumer, and so there often becomes questions like this, which is, are you guys using best practices when you interact with my environment? Because I trust you and I plan on using your solution, but I need to trust but verify. And so with regards to authenticating and to protect AWS and Azure environments today, we try and align ourselves with the best practices of those platforms as best possible. So when we interact with AWS workloads for the purposes of protecting them, we use cross-account roles. We use external IDs. We use a limited set of permissions that are all built in provision through CloudFormation, and they're built in a least privilege way. So as you turn on or off features, permissions are added or removed from our role in accordance with the features that you've enabled or disabled. It's not just like a blanket set of permissions that we need for worst case scenario type of thing. And all that stuff is documented and is on build.rubrik.com. Same sort of thing on the Azure side of the house, right? We use an app registration in a tenant that we own, and that is bound to a service principal in the subscriptions and tenants that we're protecting. And then we use a custom role that's associated and mapped to the subscriptions that we're protecting. So similar sort of cross account trust built up on the Azure side with the same sort of least privilege application based on use case there as well. And all this stuff is detailed and documented in a couple of white papers that are available on our website. Just look how it works, cloud native protection for AWS or Azure. I saw some of you indicated you might want a technical white paper. Happy to share that out as well. But yeah, that's the approach. We try not to store static credentials. We try and use trusts and sort of authentication on the backplane of the cloud platforms wherever we can, and we always try to use least privilege while allowing you to maintain custody of the data that is generated when you protect workloads in your environments.
Excellent. All right. So I think the final question we probably have time for, and that is, what's the easiest way to get started with Rubrik?
So the easiest way to get started with Rubrik is likely to just reach out to either myself or your account team. There's a number of options for very quickly getting some of the software and getting it running in your environment. There's options for running it on a cloud platform of your choosing. There's options for running it inside of a data center or remote site if need be, in both physical and virtual footprints. The SaaS platform is a SaaS platform, so it's very quick to create an entitlement there and let you kick the tires on it. And so I would just say, reach out to me or reach out to your account team. Let us know what sort of segment of the platforms that we support you're most interested in, and we'd be very, very happy to help you get going with a test environment and hopefully enjoying the product pretty quickly. So yeah, www.rubrik.com. And I'm on Twitter as vdingus, VDingus. You can always hit me on Twitter, and I'll very, very quickly get you linked up with the right folks.
Very nice. Well, it's always great chatting with you, Bill. Great to have you on the event. Thank you so much.
Thanks much.
And thank you to Rubrik for supporting today's Megacast. Check out the handout that's available for download there in your audience console. That is a PDF on cloud data management for the digital enterprise. Of course, visit Rubrik.com as well to try out the solution for yourself. And now it's time for our next prize winner announcement. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Vrej, V-R-E-J, Anbarson, A-N-B-A-R-S-O-U-N from California. Congratulations. I'll post all the prize winners there in the questions box. And we've got a lot more prizes still, 3 more grand prizes and 4 more gift cards to give away on today's event. And I'm excited to introduce our next presenter now on today's Megacast. That is Sahil Bansal, Senior Product Marketing Manager at Nutanix. Take it away, Sahil.
Thank you, David and ActualTech Media for hosting Nutanix today. It's a pleasure to be on this Megacast and see so many of you joining from all parts of the world. I hope everyone's keeping safe and doing well. So my name is Sahil Bansal. I work as a product marketing manager at Nutanix, enabling public, private, hybrid, and multi-cloud adoption and migration. Bunch of different terms over there. So we will try and level set on what all of those mean for us. But in the meantime, who is Nutanix? For those of you that might not be familiar with Nutanix, we've been around for about 10 years. We've primarily been known as a data center company that manufactures hyperconverged infrastructure. And what we mean by hyperconverged infrastructure is taking your compute, storage, networking, and bundling all of those into one joint solution instead of you having to manage a big, bulky legacy 3-tier architecture. And delivering all of that out of the box, we do provide our own servers as well as we partner with a bunch of our colleagues in the industry to provide underlying hardware, where our HCI works as a software-driven infrastructure. Initially, we also work with a bunch of different hypervisors, but now we've packaged our virtualization layer into the same solution so that customers can truly run their IT environments out of the box with one single server that we provide. So what does our typical customer journey look like? Most of our customers tend to be enterprises, as David mentioned. We all do still have data centers that we need while we're trying to modernize on the journey and reach towards the cloud and the multi-cloud state. So most of our enterprise customers have been the ones that have been upgrading from their legacy 3-tier architectures to more a hyper-converged infrastructure, where the advantages obviously are you get compute, storage, networking bundled into one solution instead of having to manage different solutions for those. Going beyond that journey, then we have customers that are building their own private cloud on top of the data center. And what we mean over here by private cloud is a cloud-like experience, but within your data center environments. So so basically we see on the Nutanix customer journey, people building their private cloud on top of their data centers. And what we mean by that is giving a cloud-like experience where you enable self-service for IT, you help scale out on demand when demand increases, you keep a control over your spending through chargeback, and you have a secure environment that's your own cloud-like environment. But of course, we also realize that there are various benefits to having a public cloud, especially when you need burstability, when you need to expand to different environments where you may not have a data center. So there are reasons to use public clouds, and that's where we come to the hybrid cloud environment, where you have a mix of on-prem and public cloud with burstability between on-prem workloads and public cloud workloads. That's how we define hybrid cloud. And so that's where our customers are reaching today, and that's where Nutanix is helping them get to on their overall hybrid cloud journey. And the first step in that is providing a private cloud platform, which is built on our industry-leading hyperconverged infrastructure, and then providing you a secure environment that helps with microsegmentation, compliance remediation, compliance validation and remediation, consolidating all of your data from files, objects, storage into one storage solution, helping automate operations such as chargeback, cost remediation policies, VM right sizing, deploying application lifecycle management in an automated way, and ensuring business continuity with a disaster and failover site. So that's the extent of the private cloud, which then we also expand to public cloud to deliver a true hybrid cloud experience, seamlessly helping you manage your applications between on-prem and public clouds, and On the public cloud side, we initially started with AWS, but we do plan to support all of the rest of the major public cloud providers very soon. So, but why are we talking about hybrid clouds? Let's just take one quick step back in how important is hybrid cloud for the industry, first of all. So these are some results that we did from a survey with a bunch of different enterprise customers in collaboration with Vensborn, as well as we have a case study with IDC, which is also available publicly. And 85% of enterprises agree that that hybrid cloud is the ideal operating model for them because they'll be able to benefit from the agility and scalability, on-demand scalability of public cloud, while also being able to support some of their legacy workloads and applications that have been running on their legacy mainframes. And those might not be ideally suited for a lift and shift migration to public cloud, and re-architecting them might not be in the best interest from a resource standpoint view. So there are needs for both on-prem, private clouds, public clouds, and utilizing them in a hybrid fashion is what we hear is the most ideal requirement. But in order to get the benefits out of it, application mobility is what our IT colleagues feel is absolutely essential to ensure. So what are some of the challenges in these deployments? Of course, you can think, like if you have different environments, different tools for your on-prem as well as for your public clouds, it creates new silos. You have some teams that are used to using a different monitoring product for their on-prem infrastructure, and now you need to think about application monitoring in the cloud, completely different constructs, completely different management consoles, adding to an overall complexity. So, and then you also have to learn new skill sets going from a private data center environment to a public cloud environment. You might have to reinstall your third-party integrations, reconstruct your networking policies, as well as during actual migration, you'll have to think about how to manage HA and how to manage storage, especially block storage. So those are the main challenges that we've tried to address with our hybrid cloud platform, where we deliver a true single platform that helps you use consistent skill sets and constructs in both on-prem as well as public cloud environments. We also enable seamless movement between private and public clouds because we have native integration into the public cloud accounts, into the Amazon VPCs, which allows your on-prem workloads to much more easily migrate to a hybrid environment where now you have your traditional on-prem clusters running, let's say, on bare metal public cloud servers instead of your own on-prem servers. And also having a native integration means that your existing public cloud credits that you might have as an enterprise that you might have negotiated with the public cloud provider, you can still use those for your workloads that you migrate from on-prem to public cloud or on-prem to hybrid cloud. So there is complete license portability that we enable. That's what we mean by a single platform spanning both on-prem and public cloud boundaries, helping you benefit from being able to use this as a one overall single cloud. And that's why we call this a true hybrid cloud that Nutanix delivers. It's powered by what we call Nutanix clusters running on AWS. Nutanix provides traditional on-prem clusters that they would run either on NX servers or third-party OEM servers. And now we've enabled those to run on bare metal AWS instances. The offering is currently in EA phase, early access phase. We are looking to GA by this summer, but we are absolutely onboarding customers on our hybrid cloud platform. And the main value drivers that customers get out of having a native extension from their private to public cloud environment is you can keep the same VMs and applications running in AWS without significant retooling or re-architecting. The hybrid elasticity helps you burst additional capability into public cloud when you might be close to reaching capacity, let's say, in your on-prem environment. But crucially, you can also hibernate or resume your hybrid instances running on bare metal servers in public cloud on demand. So you can turn down those the Nutanix clusters running on AWS instances, put them in a hibernation mode so that you can save on costs when you don't need them, and bring those back up very easily when you're ready to utilize public cloud services. And you get direct access to the AWS services in this case when you're using Nutanix clusters on AWS. There are no network overlays. We have native integration with the Amazon VPCs and your existing networking on AWS. So your experience is completely uniform between your on-prem and your public cloud environments, while being able to utilize the AWS services as well as your existing AWS corporate credits and discounts. This is a architecture slide of sort of what this looks like. On the left, you see the Nutanix private cloud. So that will be a cloud-like experience built on your data center, powered by our hyperconverged infrastructure solution. The top layer is Prism. That's our management console. And you see that it extends both over your on-prem environment as well as over to AWS, where you now have the same Nutanix clusters running within the Amazon VPC on a AWS EC2 bare metal instance, having direct access to a bunch of different AWS services so that you can benefit truly from the hybrid elasticity from on-prem to public clouds. Going beyond the platform, the hybrid cloud platform, we also provide a bunch of different hybrid cloud services, some of which are delivered in a SaaS fashion, so they're not tied to our platform. And mostly these services revolve around helping you with orchestration of your application lifecycle management, self-service deployment using blueprints, pre-existing blueprints, helping you with cost optimization both in on-prem and public clouds, same with security compliance in both on-prem and public clouds. And quite topical these days, of course, where we have to enable our workforce to work remotely from home, is we have a desktop as a service called Xi-Frame, where we can help you deliver virtual desktops, not in weeks, but in a matter of days, both in public clouds and in your on-prem environment. And lastly, we also have disaster recovery as a service. Those are some of the key areas that we addressed where we felt that the benefits of these services in a hybrid cloud environment was crucial, or having these services was a necessary operational management that companies will need to solve for in order to benefit from a hybrid environment. Think about it like if you're migrating from on-prem to public clouds, one of the key concerns becomes is it's a free-for-all in public cloud. I don't have control over how people are consuming, so I don't have control over what my costs are going to be like or what my security configuration is going to be like. That's why we focused on cost and security as one of those services that we want to provide in a hybrid world. But even before we get to optimizing your cost and security, we, of course, want you to deploy your applications in a much more easy way. The way we do that is by providing a self-service marketplace. We have some pre-existing blueprints, and you can create your own blueprints, make them available to end users based on whatever RBAC that you want to provision for them. And let's say if I want to deploy a simple app with a load balancer, a web server, deploy some storage for it, I can come in and just grab the blueprint for a simple web app, and with just one click, I would be able to deploy that app in the infrastructure of my choice. Public clouds, we support all the three major public clouds, or on-prem in your Nutanix environment. And these can include both VMs as well as containers, or a mix of both of those in the same blueprint. So these blueprints are basically meant to be an easy way for you to understand application visualization. You see the UI on the left side, as well as the actual script in the blueprint on the right. These can be instantly published on the marketplace as soon as you create them, helping you with a combined lifecycle management for apps spanning VMs and containers. So now quickly just talking about the services around cost governance. So that's a service that we provide called Xi-Beam. It's a SaaS service, helping you unify your cost visibility across on-prem and public clouds so that you truly understand what does it cost for VMs to run in your hybrid environment, including both public and your private cloud environment. And in your private cloud environment, we go beyond simply your hardware and software licenses that you pay to run in your data center. We also incorporate facilities costs, power and cooling, data center space costs, Ethernet top-of-rack switch costs, the salary of your IT admins. All of those are bundled in, and so that you know when we say this is the cost of your VM running in your private cloud, that's a true operational cost of the VM. It incorporates for a bunch of different cost heads. Additionally, we also help you with automated chargeback and budgeting reports so that you can track who has consumed how many resources, and provide a bunch of different automation policies and right-sizing recommendations for public cloud cost savings. Typical Beam customers are able to save 35% or more on their public cloud cost savings by eliminating resources that they are not using, or downsizing the ones that might be oversized, and making smarter purchase through reserved instances. And ultimately, what we are getting towards with our cost optimization product, XiBeam, is helping you make cost-aware decisions as to where your workloads should run, in public clouds or on-prem. How much is it going to cost me to run the same workload in my Nutanix environment or in my AWS environment? This is a feature where we will be able to do the accurate comparison in public cloud cost as well as on-prem cost by building a TCO model, total cost of ownership model, for both environments. We have that model for Nutanix today, a TCO costing model. We are building towards a similar model for public clouds, and it should be available by early fall this year. And then we will be able to make an accurate comparison of your cost. And this comparison will be a dynamic cost, not a once-in-time static analysis, because we do this cost analysis based on tagging. So if your workload requirements change, let's say you added more storage, those costs will be updated automatically, and you will be able to maintain a cost-aware, you will have cost-aware visibility, whether your workloads are cheaper on-prem or in public clouds, so that then you can make the decision on the actual workload migration. Do you want to leave them on-prem in your 3-tier infrastructure? Do you want to bring them to a hyper-converged infrastructure running, let's say, on Nutanix? Or do you want to migrate them to a hybrid environment or just go full public cloud? So we provide bidirectional migration between on-prem and public clouds with our tool called Move. We support a bunch of different hypervisors, as you can see over here, vSphere, Hyper-V, as well as we have our own hypervisor called AHV, which is bundled in with the Nutanix solution. So that was a quick overview of what Nutanix is, how do we power our hybrid cloud platform, and how can we help you better realize your business needs by enabling your applications and workloads to sit in an on-prem environment when there is need to be closer to your legacy applications that have been running in a 3-tier infrastructure or on hyperconverged infrastructure, as well as seamlessly migrating them to a hybrid environment running on public cloud bare metal instances, so that you can utilize the specialized services that a bunch of these public cloud providers have, and doing that in a seamless way by having a native integration between our on-prem and public cloud environments, and also delivering a bunch of different services on top of it. As I say, the proof is in the pudding. We have a what we call a test drive for Nutanix. It gives you a good understanding of how the Nutanix hyperconverged infrastructure solution works. You don't have to wait for any servers to be deployed. It's kind of like a SaaS version of our POCs that we would do. You can go to nutanix.com/test drive, start to deploy your VMs in a HCI environment, provision storage for it, provision networking, all from one single management console. So that's available in test drive today, helping you understand how Nutanix can modernize your data center infrastructure and working with you on the journey to getting towards a hybrid cloud platform. That's all I have for now. David, if there are any questions, I'm happy to take any questions now.
Absolutely. Yeah, great presentation, Sahil. All right, let's see. First question, Devon is asking, is Azure on your roadmap?
Absolutely. We are currently targeting Azure for early access also in this summer and GA later in this calendar year. We do plan to support all 3 public clouds. AWS is going to GA this summer. Azure will GA in the second half of this calendar year, and GCP also to come towards the latter end of this calendar year.
Okay, excellent, excellent. While we do some other questions here, I'm just going to bring up this poll for the audience that says, what additional information would you like about the Nutanix solution? I'll just leave that up while we answer some other questions. Eric is asking about VPN requirements or VPN configurations or recommendations. Would a VPN design be required for what you described here, running Nutanix in the cloud?
It sort of would be, but we work with you and we provide that out of the box. Certain VPNs are pre-configured with our solution. So if you are able to use those VPNs that we already support, your experience will be completely out of the box. There's not a whole lot of configuration that you would need to do. If the VPN that you would like to use is not the one that we support, we are happy to work with you and figure out how we can support that.
Okay, excellent. Another question here, Chris is asking about cost analysis. How do you all calculate that, come up with those numbers? How do we know that it's objective? Are those transparent numbers to us?
Yeah, absolutely. The model will be transparent to our paying customers or customers that are in a trial phase with our cost governance solution. First, for public clouds, we look at your billing files, what you have been spending on those, and do a cost projection based on your existing spending history, plus the cost APIs that are exposed by the public cloud provider. Similarly, we are building our own cost APIs for all of the Nutanix products. Just like in the public cloud world, you can ask the question, how much is this S3 bucket going to cost me, and pull that up from the billing APIs of the public cloud provider. We have the same APIs that you would be able to say, how much is a Nutanix storage bucket going to cost me if I run it in my data center in Kansas, Missouri, where I have certain number of IT admins supporting that data center, where I have a certain number of racks in my data center, and so on. So there's a bunch of different cost heads that we have built into our cost governance product. They utilize certain pre-configured industry standard values. For example, we assume 10 cents per kilowatt hour in terms of what it costs to run a data center. We know what the power consumption of our servers is. It's something like 450 kilowatts during the course of a year, or some number. And we know what the cost per kilowatt hour is. So we can simply multiply those and give you what your power and cooling cost is. Of course, you can tweak those numbers yourself because a data center running in Virginia is going to cost different than a data center running in Kansas. So we give you out-of-the-box visibility into that costing model, and you can tweak that costing model to meet your needs, as well as we will make the inner workings of that costing model completely available to our POC customers as well as paying customers.
Okay, excellent. I like that. Yeah, transparency there. There's so many good questions coming in. What about security and compliance? There's a question here. How can it be confident in cloud environments that they're secure and compliant? Can Nutanix help with that?
Yes, absolutely. So we have also a capability around security compliance where we look at what your security posture looks like. Things like, do you have exposed storage buckets with global read-write permissions? Do you have databases accessible over public IPs? Do you have unencrypted data on a load balancer, and so on? And we do that security auditing in real time, show you the data or show you the audit data, like we found a certain database accessible over port 443 by any public IP. Here are the steps you should go to remediate those, or do you want me to remediate those myself? So that's a security compliance capability that is currently available as a SaaS service, and it covers both our on-prem and public cloud environments.
Okay, all right, excellent. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for our live Q&A session, but I've put more than a dozen questions there for you in the queue. If you can maybe try to respond to some of those, I'm sure the audience would appreciate it. Sahil, it's been great having you on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David, and have a great rest of your day, everyone.
A great presentation there with Sahil. Thank you so much to Nutanix for supporting today's event. Sorry about the confusion around the poll. I didn't have it up earlier. I thought I did, but it's up now. And of course, we appreciate your participation in answering that poll. I do want to now announce our next prize winners, and I'll just leave the poll question up while we do that. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Al Ghous, Ghous, from California. Congratulations. Al Ghost from California. And we have another drone, another grand prize going to Zhao Lin, Z-A-W-L-I-N from Maryland. Congratulations, Zhao Lin from Maryland. Still 2 more grand prizes and 3 more gift cards to give out, so make sure you stay tuned. You don't want to miss out on those prize drawings, and you don't want to miss out on the upcoming presentations. We've still got 3 more expert presenters on today's Megacast, so thank you for sticking with us. It is now time for our next presentation. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Brian O'Neill, Director of Product Management at TierPoint. Brian, are you there?
Hey, David. Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thanks for being on the Megacast, Brian. Take it away.
Happy to be here. Thanks again. Yeah, nice to be chatting with all of you. So our presentation here from TierPoint might be a little cheesy, but given the amount of amazing cloud experts you've heard from today, it certainly must be a cloudy day. I'd like to talk to you about how TierPoint can be your sunshine on a cloudy day. More on a serious note there. Really, what a trusted partner can do to help build your cloud strategy for you. So that's what I'll be talking through. First things first, some of this may not be surprising to many of you, especially after hearing some of it in other presentations, but there are a dizzying number of cloud deployment models out there today. And while there has been significant progress in most models to become more inclusive of a larger variety of enterprise workloads, there's still no one cloud that fits all. Probably not a big shocker. And expanded capabilities amongst the individual cloud platforms out there do tend to solve more and more IT challenges as roadmaps develop, but unless they solve for all of a given enterprise's unique requirements, there's still going to be a clear need to vary the clouds employed within your cloud strategy. So the reason we're here today is talk about the importance of multi-cloud and hybrid cloud and really how you can best leverage it. The question then becomes really which clouds, plural, are the best fit for us and for our workloads. This can be a tricky question, mostly because the answer could vary widely from one business to another. And TierPoint appreciates that. It's something we live in. We understand fully, and that's why we feel the value of having a trusted advisor that knows multiple cloud platforms or fully understands the complexity of hybrid cloud solutions leveraging multiple cloud platforms can be a major ally for an enterprise looking to steer the boat through this sea of clouds, if you will. And so, talking a little bit more about how we got here. Public cloud used to be wide but shallow compared to traditional infrastructure deployments, which were typically more narrow but deep. Meaning, generally with public cloud providers, you would have a large array of capabilities, probably better scalability at your fingertips, but not a whole lot of specialization. Where if your cloud was built to order, there was much more room to specialize for individual workloads, but that platform might not be as versatile as the public cloud. And so those lines have been blurred over time as public clouds mature. They fill those specialization gaps. If you tune into any of the the hyperscale public cloud providers roadmap discussions or annual conventions, you hear about all of the the amazing new capabilities. They have evolved over time to fill in more of those niche requirement fields. And then on the other hand, traditional infrastructure or hosted or private cloud has evolved to deliver expanded resiliency and ease of scalability as well with technology like hyper-converged infrastructure as a perfect example. But with all that progress, there are still some clear delineations between different cloud platforms out there that drive the best fit for workloads among the wide variety of different cloud deployment models that exist today. And that disparity amongst models, however minor it may be, truly warrants careful consideration when devising your own cloud strategy. It's important, in other words, it's important to determine which considerations are important to you and your desired outcomes. And you can see here on the screen there's probably some pretty familiar ones for most businesses near the top of the list. In addition to this, one of the things we like to encourage people to think about is the idea of building the skill set around an individual cloud platform is daunting enough. Imagine you have to determine that how to build up skill sets around several and also make them work together in a seamless fashion. That's where, once again, TierPoint comes in. As a managed service provider, really looking to help you achieve your business outcomes, but do so by examining the array of different cloud technologies that might be out there, coupled with what are your particular driving factors, what are your important considerations, and shaping a solution that mixes technologies appropriately to properly deliver on those outcomes. All of this really is something that I say it's one of many reasons out there that most sizable enterprises currently subscribe to 2 or more different cloud models. As I said before, no one cloud fits all, and so you see customers with a mix of public, private, SaaS, hosted, in the data center, on-prem, variety of different models, and oftentimes serving different disparate departments within a given organization. And there are inherent advantages to each cloud model, very clear advantages. Like I mentioned before, with public cloud, scalability, elasticity is one that is called upon pretty regular within the public cloud model. But it just remains that some workloads are a better fit for one over another. So organizations that are newer to the cloud as well may require a phased approach with different clouds along their path. It's important to keep in mind, as I mentioned before, those objectives, and as long as they're well thought out and not simple directives to arrive at a particular cloud platform, this path, though varied and with multiple steps, is certainly achievable with a cloud expert on your side. The other thing about a phased approach is it can be driven by an organization's appetite for risk, which this slide helps illustrate, I think, pretty well, talking to that spectrum of risk from the very conservative to the aggressive cloud strategy. And this highlights some of the many options along the way to a final destination. Moving more into a radically different infrastructure model can obviously introduce more risk. So along with risk, that path can also vary depending on the current comfort level with the cloud technologies within the existing organization. And it, of course, should not be assumed it will be a single sweeping shift. As illustrated here, and at TierPoint, we've seen time after time customers with a directive to move all the way to the public cloud with everything. And as we dig in with them, we partner with them and really assess their current environments and workload needs. We determine maybe it makes more sense to take a half step, to take multiple steps, and that really comes back to devising a truly sound cloud strategy. So amongst all of these different factors, driving factors and considerations, in my experience, there have been 2 major challenges, and I think they're both very relevant for some of the conversations taking place today. But 2 major challenges that face organizations that are looking to navigate the complexity of different cloud platforms out there and building the right multi or hybrid cloud solution for their business. And those are really aligning the business outcomes with your cloud strategy, and probably better said, not forgetting those business outcomes as you move through execution of your cloud strategy is another way to think of it. This really means first understanding what objectives are driving the enterprise There are some usual suspects out there, of course, and as you look at the screen here, the presentation, you probably recognize some that you've been asked to drive towards by your leadership. But the other important aspect here is the weight placed on each of these can vary from one organization to the next, and this variance can alter the course to that destination. That's another thing, once again, TierPoint has seen time and time again. We recognize and we have tried and tested approaches to assessing, like I said, assessing your current needs and making sure you build out the correct course to that destination, regardless of whether that means a full shift to a public cloud mixed with some on-prem or something more complex that includes a phased approach over a long-term period, leapfrogging different cloud platforms and combining those over time to make sure you meet your business's needs. The second major, I mentioned there's two major challenges. The second major challenge that I like to call out really is one that's highlighted frequently, especially in many recent analyst firm surveys, and that is the lack of in-house cloud expertise to determine and execute on the best path for their unique requirements. So you've got the one challenge of making sure that your path lines up with what you originally set out to achieve, and you don't stray from that. And then you've got the question of, do you have the right expertise in-house? Are you prepared to build up the expertise, build up and maintain the expertise in-house to execute on that strategy? Or does it make more sense to pull in a trusted advisor that is already invested in that expertise and expertise across a wide variety of different cloud technologies to help ensure your success in building what could be a fairly complex solution to meet your needs? And this is one of the areas you're probably not surprised where I'm proud to say TierPoint shines. So along with the depth of our portfolio of data center and cloud solutions comes a wealth of expertise in each of the individual cloud technologies, as well as how to connect up and protect a more complex hybrid or multi-cloud solution. To tell you a little bit more about TierPoint, we currently operate over 40 secure, connected, and highly resilient data centers in the U.S. And as I mentioned before, a broad portfolio of cloud solutions and services. We don't focus on any one cloud platform, but rather have built expertise around multiple cloud models and several leading cloud technologies. The versatility of this portfolio allows us to design a solution that calls upon all of the right platforms among several leading technologies to deliver the best outcome rather than any single platform or technology based on some deeply entrenched or long-standing vendor partnerships. This means you're getting the best of breed to meet your needs. In other words, our ability to piece together a potentially complex solution to suit our customers' needs also brings some simplicity of service to our customers by consolidating a variety of potential vendor relationships across cloud, network, security, a variety of different disciplines that could otherwise eat up business cycles on their end. The one hand to shake, if you will, or as some prefer, the one throat to choke. So along with that expertise, you really get all of the legwork required to manage the complexity of a multi-cloud solution in the form of those vendor relationships and different support agreements required to make that go smoothly. So to bring it back to where we started talking about multi-cloud, hybrid cloud, TierPoint also brings a wealth of cloud expertise in the form of a vast team of highly certified cloud experts that starts with the solution design and moves into white glove management services that alleviate the burden of maintaining cloud expertise in-house and in turn free up your on-staff engineering resources for more strategic business initiatives. This is really where TierPoint shines. When you don't have the appetite to build up that in-house expertise, we can be those experts for you. And as I said, it starts with that initial solution design, which involves, an architect joining you on your journey to make sure that we're piecing together all of the right technologies out there to suit your business's requirements. Having a single service provider that gets you into the right solutions and will handle the routine care, maintenance, and ongoing support for the infrastructure fueling your business ultimately frees up your teams to focus on more innovation and, as I said, other strategic initiatives. TierPoint today is highly versed in multi-tenant cloud, a variety of different private cloud platforms, as well as managed services on public, and of course a hybrid of any of those aforementioned models. In addition to that, being a data center solutions provider, we have the expertise to connect those all up and offer up that seamless experience that customers need so that they can leverage these complex environments to suit a variety of different internal requirements they have. So, I think in summary, I'd say the appropriate cloud strategy here is different from one enterprise to the next, and unfortunately, I don't have a one strategy fits all for this presentation. But TierPoint recognizes that, and the value we bring really is tailoring our solutions to deliver the unique outcomes that each customer is after. So with that concludes what I had prepared, but I do want to point out a number of resources that we have available for folks that are interested in continuing to learn about building an effective cloud strategy. We've got some materials out there that you see linked in the presentation that can help walk you through some of the important considerations, make sure you avoid those pitfalls we've seen customers encounter. There's always the opportunity to reach out directly to TierPoint via our website or our sales email for additional consultation. But feel free to enjoy the materials here that should be very helpful in your journey.
Great presentation, Brian. We do have some questions for you, and while we do that, I'll just bring up this poll for the audience that says, what additional information would you like about the TierPoint solution? So we'll just leave that up while we do some Q&A. So first question I want to ask you, Brian, is, let's see here. I like this one. What are some of the specific activities that TierPoint will help us to engage in when building a cloud strategy?
All right, yeah, no, some of the specific activities, and I touched, I think, high level during the presentation on some of those. To revisit that, we have a range, right, from, your typical, solutions engineering, solutions architect support that begins with, initially understanding your requirements, all the way up to, more consultative engagements that include full cloud strategy assessments, and to give some examples of what's involved in that process. Really, we're talking about potentially even deploying, our cloud experts. Obviously with the current circumstances, it would be virtually, but having them sit alongside your teams to truly understand current pain points and develop a report around what your objectives are, where you see challenges today, and then take those back to our solutions experts to determine what types of managed offerings or cloud solutions we have that fit those needs. Beyond the initial assessment, the cloud strategy assessment, I'd say, we have several different beneficial services like cloud migration services, as well as disaster recovery. There's a variety of different offerings within the solution that we can call upon. But generally, it starts with an assessment and it ultimately ends up with a solution design that gets reviewed with our customers, and then a full execution plan developed once we've arrived at an appropriate cloud strategy.
Yeah, you make a great point there. I know we did a poll at the start of this event on why people, aren't moving to the cloud right now. What are their concerns? And you just mentioned quite a few of them there that you can help companies with migration, cost analysis, security. One of the folks on the event today said that they're just trying to figure out how to migrate their applications to the cloud, that's just a big challenge, and there's a big learning curve. So these sound like all opportunities for TierPoint to assist with and consult on. Next question here is, how do you see the current pandemic changing cloud strategy?
A very topical one, yes. So we've definitely seen some shifts in patterns amongst enterprise customers. I think, at the very beginning, one of the most obvious ones as a data center provider we saw was the clamor for expanded bandwidth. I think most customers of ours, enterprise customers in general, are having to face the challenges of enabling remote workforces, either a larger body of workers that they hadn't previously considered or are completely new to it. An increased remote access to enterprise systems means increased bandwidth. I'd say on a broader level, though, financially, what we're seeing is a lot more customers are getting guarded about their capital investments and the capital they keep on hand, and that's another thing that I think is valuable in the TierPoint model for delivering multi-cloud solutions that we manage, is that we deliver them majoritively in an OpEx-based fashion, which leaves those enterprise customers with capital on hand to deal with some of the short-term challenges that may occur during a crisis like the one we're facing now. You hear the saying, "Cash is king." That couldn't be more true now, given the lack of predictability of where we're headed at this point. Having that type of capital funding on hand can be invaluable. Those are a couple.
Absolutely, yeah, I'm sorry. Great point about shifting from a CapEx to an OpEx model. I know that could help so many of the financial controllers and CFOs and executives feel much more comfortable, about the future. So it sounds like a great opportunity there to help a lot of companies. Next question, does TierPoint offer any assistance getting to the cloud once a strategy is in place?
Absolutely, and so I touched on that briefly before, but to double click a little bit there, we do have a full migration services practice. There's a combination of internal teams, internal technical teams at TierPoint that are versed in several different migration software technologies, migration and replication software technologies. But then also we entertain much larger and more complex migrations to a multitude of different platforms as well. So it's its own arm, of our professional services organization, led by a dozen or more individual analysts and experts on migration services, as well as 60 to 100 different internal technology experts across a number of different teams. And then beyond that, when we do entertain much more complex migrations where we may not have the expertise in-house, we've got a stable of trusted partners that we can bring in to help tackle really any and all migration you can throw at us. So pretty good depth in services we can provide when it comes to migrating to the cloud, and that means public, private, you name it.
The next step for people out there who are interested in TierPoint, if this resonates with them, if they feel like you could help them with their challenges, what do you encourage them to do?
Yeah, I think that's simple. We have the email address we shared in the presentation, sales@tierpoint.com. We have a number of different webinars and or interactive events that get advertised through our website, tierpoint.com. I linked to a couple of resources at the end of the presentation there, but the complementary cloud strategy workshop is definitely something that I encourage folks to check out if you follow the link in the presentation back there, or really, as I said, just reach directly out to us at sales@tierpoint.com.
Okay, so sales@tierpoint.com, the Cloud Solution Strategy workshop, those sound like fantastic opportunities to help out companies out there who are struggling with, cloud migration and how cloud can help them to kind of navigate the challenging business landscape we're facing these days. Really great presentation. Thank you so much for being on the event today, Brian.
Thanks for having me, David. Thanks, everybody.
And thank you to TierPoint for supporting today's event. Check out the handout that's available there in your audience console. It's the Cloud Solution Brief from TierPoint on how to leverage the right cloud solution to meet your business needs. I mean, cloud can do so much. It's a very ambiguous term. So this solution brief will help you to kind of navigate down into the specific type of cloud solution that might be right for you and for your company. And with that, it's time for our next prize announcement. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Blaine Moore from Texas. Congratulations, Blaine Moore from Texas. We've got 2 more grand prizes and 2 more gift cards to give out still today on the event, so make sure you stay tuned for those. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on the Megacast. That is Mr. Josh Dobies, Vice President of Product Marketing at Riverbed. Josh, take it away.
Well, thank you very much, David. I really appreciate the opportunity to share some thoughts with your audience, folks. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you hail. What we're going to cover here in this particular session is about achieving exceptional app performance. It's obviously a pretty broad topic. From a Riverbed perspective, our passion, our obsession is making sure that the performance of applications is fantastic regardless of where clients are, where users are, and regardless of where applications are hosted. So this will be about from client to cloud performance and how you can achieve 10x the performance that you might otherwise be getting over an unoptimized network using some of the technologies that we have here. So let's just jump right into it. Here is the agenda. So there's session components and there's session objectives. So from a componentry perspective, we will have slides. So check, we've already achieved that particular aspect of our session. We'll be using that. I will try to inject some humor, questionable as to whether or not I will achieve that goal. We will definitely talk about how you can get 10x application performance. And we're going to do that through the lens of a new study that just came out from our friends at the Enterprise Strategy Group, where they've tested application performance, particularly in a SaaS and client laptop mobile user perspective all over the world. There's some really cool findings. And we'll share some customer success stories. And I think we should have some time for some Q&A, what I would call Q&A and A, because I will give you some pointers to next steps and actions that you can take to leverage some of the information that we shared. But in terms of the core goals and the objectives, I really care that you receive something of value here that will make your life better, change your life for the better. And I think it's possible because I know we are all living behind our laptops much of the day. And I really do think that there's an opportunity for you to experience the best possible performance. And if you're in the job of making sure that applications perform well for your users, then I think that they'll benefit as well. From my perspective, I have an objective. I'm going to try to make sure that I keep your attention. I know that you are going through a parade of these sessions, and so I'm going to see if I can use the technique of suspense to captivate your attention and carry you through all to the end. We'll see if I accomplish that goal as well. And together, hopefully we'll leave with new insights. You will learn how to get 10x application performance, and I will either quit a job as a slide delivering comedian and or storyteller of suspense. So The most important thing that I think you can take away from this session, which I'm putting right here at the beginning, is that we currently have a free trial going on for the Client Accelerator. It's something that we spun up right when the coronavirus, COVID-19 wave was really starting to pick up steam, and certainly everybody at Riverbed started working from home, and we realized this is a technology that can help a lot of people. So we wanted to make sure they knew about it. Now, it works, on your laptop, and it can work for any application in the SaaS or cloud or even apps that are hosted in your data center. And so it's really great for this work from anywhere revolution that we seem to be headed towards. The other thing I should note, some time sensitivity to this, is that we will offer this free trial, either for a month or 2 months or 3 months, kind of depending on the month. And right now, it is a 3-month free trial. I know in July, it's going to be a 2-month free trial. So definitely take advantage. In the resources section, there is a link that you can click on that will take you to register for that free trial. There's just a few fields to plug in, and then somebody will let you know how you can download the software and get it running on your laptop. Okay. So now that I have given you the most important piece of information about this session, I feel like I've maybe failed in the creating suspense objective, but I'm going to stick the course and try once again as we get into the next section here. And I'm going to try to create suspense through the lens of this beautiful creature here. And I have to make sure that you are aware there were no lovely frogs, hurt or wounded in any way during the preparation of this presentation. You might know and be familiar with this unfortunate phenomenon that if a frog is in a pot of water and that pot of water starts to boil slowly, the frog will simply remain at peace, unawares that any moment it will be moving on to the great beyond, wherever lovely cute frogs go. And yet, if you were to take a frog that was outside that pot of boiling water and get it close to that scalding water, it will clearly know that something's wrong. And I wonder, in our race to the cloud, are we missing something? Is there something going on that we are experiencing, or not even aware that we're experiencing some pain, just like a frog that's in a slow boiling pot of water? Well, it kind of depends. I think we are, but there's a way out if we're mindful, if we can all of a sudden become aware of what's happening. And so let's do that through a quick time lapse of where we've seen things kind of go over the last couple decades really quickly, right? So, if you go back maybe to the mid-90s, users and devices were connected by a network to applications and data. And by the way, this is probably the way your CEO still thinks about a network. It's just that thing that connects him or her to applications and data. And back then, it was pretty common for the applications and the data and the users and their devices to be all in the same location. And so that network was, connecting everybody that was already very close together, right? Now, clearly, we've been on a swing of this pendulum where we are centralizing more and more infrastructure. We went through this wave of data center centralization, data center consolidation, and the cloud is really this thing that was supposed to complete us on our journey of centralization and consolidation. But what's really happened is this explosion in complexity. So it's almost been kind of a bait and switch. We've been racing to the cloud to try to simplify our lives, and in the process, get more agility, get more flexibility, reduce cost. One of the things that I think we've compromised is actually performance. So if we go back again to those mid-90s where we were accessing our files in a local file share or getting our emails from a local email server, the performance was fantastic. It's never been better, in fact. The challenge, of course, was the accessibility. We only had access to those applications and data when we were in that specific location or that specific office. And slowly but surely, we've been gifting ourselves with more and more access. But as a result, the performance can be unpredictable, poor, completely unworkable at different times. And I'm sure you've all experienced that when you're taking out your phone or your laptop, maybe you're at the airport, and there's that question, how is my experience of accessing my apps and data going to be right now? And so performance, I think, is one of those things that we've definitely compromised. Now, this is getting even more complicated because with the work from home movement, which will, again, we're on this work from anywhere revolution going forward, the client laptop is becoming the new hub, right? So it's not even the branch location. The data center is no longer the hub. In fact, there's multiple hubs in the core. You've got SaaS applications, you've got infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, you've got your own data centers. And this new hub is the client. It's the thing that is actually needing to access all of these things. And there's thousands of them on your network. And so this is where it just got more complex. So it makes it much more difficult for us, for you as IT professionals, to deliver agile, fast, and secure delivery of those apps from client to cloud, wherever they might be. Now, there's three fundamental trade-offs that I think if our frog friend were aware of, it can prevent the inevitable doom of the scalding water and would know how to move to a different location. So one of them is as follows. We're racing to the cloud, we're embracing hybrid apps and hybrid IT, and we know that we need to rethink our network to access all of that. The traditional MPLS networks of yesteryear, connected by conventional branch routers, just is untenable at this point. And that kind of is the problem. We've been racing to the cloud, but now we created this explosive amount of complexity that just dominates from an operational complexity perspective, an operational cost perspective. So that's one of the things that is slowly boiling us here. A second one is around performance. We want to reduce the cost of our infrastructure, and there is an insatiable demand for bandwidth. It is insatiable. No matter how much bandwidth you seem to provision, more video, more rich media, more real-time applications. And so we've been looking to new forms of connectivity that can expand our capacity and control that cost. So internet broadband, things like LTE, they're much more suited for a cloud-centric world, but their performance is unpredictable. So once again, we're trying to race to the cloud. We know we have to reduce costs, but we are compromising performance along the way. And the last one is really around the compromise between user access and their experience and security. So we're giving direct access to users to go and get their applications and data that might be hosted on the internet wherever they are. And so instead of, say, for example, backhauling a user's traffic into a data center, which we know is one of the more secure places in the network, we're giving them that access to get at those applications and data directly from wherever they might be. And that obviously is less secure. So from our perspective, we know that there's solutions. SD-WAN is the movement that's going to help us retain that agility of network management, even as the network gets more complex. Acceleration is what we need in order to overcome the unpredictable performance and quality of internet broadband and LTE. And of course, we need to rethink security in a way that embraces the fact that there's going to be agents trying to compromise your network and have access to do so and many more touch points along the perimeter. For this particular session, we're going to focus on the performance aspect. And I should mention, of course, that Riverbed is passionate about delivering exceptional network performance and visibility for any application anywhere over any network. And our suite of products are designed to do that. We focus on performance, we focus on visibility, and we focus on this complex landscape. It's where we thrive, it's where our solutions thrive. And we're going to focus in this session on Client Accelerator and SaaS Accelerator, because that seems to be the most relevant in this new work from home situation. So, pop quiz. Which one of the following negatively impacts app performance? Is it A, network congestion / limited bandwidth, basically two sides of the same coin? Is it B, distance or latency, also two sides of the same coin? Or is it C, both of the above? And I think obviously when you frame the question in this way, in this very obvious way, it becomes rather rhetorical. And I would suspect that 100% of you are thinking both of the above can negatively impact app performance. And yet that intuition that you have when you see it laid out in this particular way doesn't always seem to carry in the real world. It's surprising to see, and I'm sure you would agree that one of the first things people think about when there seems to be a performance problem is increased bandwidth. And that may or may not actually help. And in fact, if you increase bandwidth with a type of circuitry that is lower quality and comes with a lower SLA, you may actually reduce performance of your network along the way. There is a paper, so we're getting into the data portion. So this new study just came out. It was very timely. It was something that we started with ESG towards the tail end of last year. It was a very vast study where they wanted to look and see what is app performance like at various places all over the world. They wanted to know, how does latency impact app performance? Is latency optimization effective in accelerating app performance over long distance? How effective is bandwidth optimization and expanding WAN capacity? And probably most importantly, what's the business impact that people are experiencing, before and after they accelerate these applications? So, like I said, this was a test where they measured performance in 13 locations worldwide. The hub, so to speak, of the applications was hosted in Microsoft Azure data center in Illinois, which is a little bit closer to the east than the west. And they had testing locations all over. Interestingly, many of the locations where clients were coming in were through home offices, sometimes with public shared Wi-Fi hotspots, right? And in each location, they were testing to see what's the latency between that particular site and that hosting place in Azure, as well as the actual upload and download bandwidth that they had available unoptimized. So here's one of their conclusions. App performance versus latency. Higher latency means slower file transfers. They did the same file transfers. They were using a data set of about 200 gigabytes and going through a sequence of tests. And what they found was not surprising, but it's important to remember that as latency was increased, the file transfer time also increased, regardless of the available bandwidth. Now, I think it's most interesting when you look at the contrast between the furthest away site and the closest site. And you can see the difference in the case of Nashua, New Hampshire, which is quite close to Illinois. They were able to download this in 35 seconds, whereas in Mumbai, India, it took close to 500 seconds. But notice the optimized piece. Even in the Nashua case, which is relatively close to that Azure data center, we were able to speed up that file transfer by about 2x, a little over 2x. And in the case of Mumbai, the experience was almost similar. 28 seconds. It was actually faster in Mumbai optimized than it was in Nashua in an unoptimized situation. And so we were able to deliver 10x, more than 10x performance increase all the way from Mumbai accessing those files out in Illinois, the Azure data center. Now, what is the effectiveness of bandwidth optimization? Latency is definitely part of the problem, but once you've addressed that, then bandwidth can very well become the next bottleneck that you need to overcome. And these are the ranges that they saw in their tests with Enterprise Strategy Group. You can see, capacity increases on the left from about 4.6x, on the right, 6.1x, and in the middle, 5.1x. That's very common and typical with what we see in our customer deployments. There's a ton of data that is accessed over and over and over again when you're editing a file, when you're updating a file, when you're sending a file, when you're receiving an email attachment to a file. You save that email attachment as a document or a PowerPoint, and then you edit that and you send it back. There's a lot of repetition in the network. Just so much so, let me show you. This is from my client accelerator in my home office. I've been consistently seeing, pretty much since I started working from home, I'm one of those people that worked in the Riverbed corporate office in San Francisco every day, and now I've been at home for the last few months. And with Client Accelerator, I'm seeing my capacity increase. I've seen it as high as 14.5, but generally right there, 14 is usually the first number that I see. And again, I do a lot of production work with documents and data and spreadsheets and documents and whatnot. Now, what's interesting here is that look at the data store size on the right. So I've configured it. This says how much of my laptop's disk space do I want to reserve for the Client Accelerator to remember the information that's being sent over the network. And I've set it to 20 gigabytes, the maximum for my computer. And so what's interesting is that with a 4.1x increase in capacity, what this is like, it's like having 282 gigabytes of information, usually originating from the cloud somewhere, that is sitting right here with my laptop. So go back to kind of the compromise that we've been making by embracing cloud, by embracing different forms of access, by embracing more of a mobile workforce that can access their data and applications anywhere, and the compromise that can have in predictable performance. Now use a technology like this, and you immediately nullify that compromise virtually all the time. 93% of the time that I'm accessing data, my computer has already received it from the network. And I can tell you this makes a huge difference when my kids are at home finishing their schoolwork at the end of the school season. Now, obviously, if you haven't followed Riverbed, we are leaders in this space of network and application performance. I wanted to share with you just a couple quick stories from folks that embraced the client acceleration technology quite recently. Again, these are very large companies. One was one of the largest global business consulting firms in the world. They were experiencing degraded file sharing and core audit performance of one of their core audit apps due to unpredictable network at their customer sites. So they do a lot of work in the field. They needed to extend the reach of app performance, which they've been getting with the Riverbed Steelhead in their offices, out to those employees. So at this point, they now have Client Accelerator for every laptop and desktop. They are meeting those SLAs for business critical apps. They were ahead of the curve in needing to address a work from anywhere use case. And next up, they're looking to leverage Riverbed SaaS Accelerator to assure the success of their cloud app migration. And then the other one here on the right was interesting. This is a state-owned, very large utilities company. And C19 obviously immediately, like many others, created the need to have a work from home user productivity, but they immediately saw unpredictable performance of at-home networks and the negative impact they were having on core business operations. They were able to trial and deploy that Client Accelerator, which you can trial right now for free, over a single weekend. They regained the app performance from work from home employees. And interestingly, this dramatically reduced the cost of the VPN upgrade that they were going to do in their core data center, which obviously was getting flooded with a bunch of new work from home requirements. So to conclude, in our race to the cloud, are we missing something? Our frog is going to be okay. Be mindful of the trade-offs that can make or break success. If you are mindful, you won't be blind to the doom of boiling yourself in this pot of water. Here they are in summary, and obviously we focused on the performance piece. Remember, more bandwidth won't necessarily increase performance if latency is your bottleneck. And use Riverbed Client Accelerator. You'll experience faster and more consistent performance for any app anywhere across any network. So thank you. I believe that we have time for a little bit of Q&A, and I also said the Q&A and A. So just to remind you before we get into these questions, that Client Accelerator is available in a link in the screen that you're looking at right now. And we'll follow up with links to this ESG paper that I referred to, as well as some recent webinars that we put out with the launch of our enterprise SD-WAN solution, Steel Connect EX. But for now, let me turn it over to David and see what's been cooking on the Q&A chat.
Absolutely. Yeah, really great presentation, Josh. Thank you so much. I do want to try out this accelerator for myself. It sounds like it could be a really beneficial solution for so many people like myself and other IT professionals out there as well. So let's see, first question that came in from the audience, they're asking is what laptop OS does the client accelerator require?
Either Mac or Windows. Pretty much ubiquitous support. I use a Mac here myself, and when I first started Riverbed, I was using Windows, and yeah, I've got experience using both. So hopefully
Nice.
That's good news. For you hackers out there that are using Linux or BSD, you can probably find your way around getting some virtual machines installed with the right OS that'll allow you to install this.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Next question that came in, they're asking, does Riverbed SaaS acceleration help with Microsoft Teams or Zoom?
That is a really good question. So I think, as I mentioned, one of the use cases I have at home is Zoom. Now what my client accelerator is doing is reducing the requirements that I have on my home network for all of the core data things that I'm downloading over emails or file shares, whatnot. And so it does help indirectly in the sense that my kids can be on simultaneous Zoom calls while I'm doing my work, and I don't even notice. I don't notice if they're on calls, if they're downloading or watching video. It's all on the same network. So the fact that it's improving what I'm trying to get at is definitely allowing Zoom to coexist. Now in Microsoft Teams, I cannot officially announce anything, right? But suffice it to say that you should stay aware, and we'll make sure that we do everything we can to make you aware of some of the updates that we'll be announcing really in the next month or two that is really designed to take head on and bring new value around the distributed collaborative work experiences that we're having here. So on that one, I would just simply say stay tuned, and you won't need to stay tuned for too long.
Okay, very nice. Well, that's exciting because I know for work at home professionals like myself and so many others out there, we're on Zoom, we're on Teams every day, and this sounds like a great solution to help speed that experience up. Next question they're asking is Client Accelerator, how's the licensing? What's the licensing model for Client Accelerator?
Yeah, so the basic licensing is on a per user basis. It's pooled. So you basically figure out how many users do you want to support simultaneously within your organization, and then you license it on a per user basis per month. It's a subscription, very cloud centric consumption model. It's pure software. And for larger companies, we definitely can work and put together enterprise license agreements. But that's basically how it's licensed. And the reason why that's helpful, especially if you're a large organization, is it'll support a follow the sun kind of continuous work mode. You don't need to license it for all of the employees that will ever need it during a day. You can license it up to the level of the maximum number of employees that will need it while they're awake and working.
Very nice. I like that flexibility there in the licensing. Well, it looks like that's all the time we have for questions, but it's been really great having you on the event today. Thank you so much, Josh.
Well, thank you very much as well. I really enjoyed it, and good luck everybody out there. Take care.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you to Riverbed for supporting today's event. Again, make sure that you check out the Client Accelerator free trial link that's there in the Handouts tab and give it a try for yourself. And with that, I've just brought up the poll question about the Riverbed solution, the Client Accelerator. Really cool. I am honestly going to be trying it. I hope that you will too. It's in the Handouts tab. You can check out the link there for the free trial. Just the hint that it could speed up Zoom and Teams and any other work from home applications sounds very appealing to me. So I'll leave that poll question up here while I announce our next set of prize winners. We have Amazon $500 gift card that's going out to Tom Whitcomb from Colorado. Congratulations, Tom Whitcomb from Colorado. And then our next grand prize, that is for one of the awesome drones, that's going to Mark Sokolowski from Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Mark Sokolowski from Pennsylvania. Make sure you stay tuned. One more prize, gift card, and one more grand prize after the next presentation. All right, if you haven't answered the poll question, I encourage you to do it now. Also, check out that link to the Client Accelerator there, the free trial in the Handouts tab. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's Megacast. That is Mr. Jeff Dickey, Chief Technologist for Cloud and Data Services at NetApp. Jeff, are you there?
I'm here.
Thanks for being on the event today, Jeff. Take it away.
All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be able to talk about what we're doing with cloud storage and how we help you move faster by leveraging our cloud services. So today is the least complicated day we will ever have. It's sad, but very true. And to add to that, we have more choice than ever. Our hardest choice used to be which massive device or devices do we choose to meet every single one of our storage needs. Now we have a ton of options and configuration options in just the native cloud storage offerings. We now have to choose which storage option is best for each data set or each application. Because there's so many ways, we end up choosing what we thought would be good, but it doesn't meet our changing needs or requirements. So the great thing about cloud is it's an environment for constant optimization, but it's extremely difficult to optimize the cloud native storage. And you definitely know these pains if you've ever had to move data to change performance characteristics or resize your cloud storage. So look at these guys. This is Dave Hitz on the left, founder of NetApp, and of course, Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon in 1985. NetApp's focus on the cloud began nearly a decade ago when we partnered with AWS to help drive hybrid cloud services, and we've been working closely with them ever since. We're a new cloud-focused NetApp. We purchased a small company out of Iceland that would reshape our business and move it ahead at an unbelievable pace. The reason we've been able to out-innovate is because we use our cloud products to develop our cloud products, and this has changed everything. And we continue to move faster and release even more products and features faster than anyone else. And IDC estimates that spending on public cloud file storage grew 153% annually in 2019. That's huge. This annual growth rate is clear indication that companies are migrating and deploying business-critical file-based apps to public cloud at astonishing rates. So at NetApp, we have customers in 110 countries and across every vertical. But here's 3 examples of companies NetApp has partnered with to manage data in the cloud. Healthcare is a fantastic example because the healthcare industry has both massive amounts of data and that data is extremely sensitive. Also, this is where some of the world's most interesting digital transformation efforts are happening. And that's, here's Cardinal Health. They've redeployed their data centers in the cloud to improve regional availability, data management, and high availability so they can get patients from hospitals to home faster. And that's awesome. McKesson, they deliver 1/3 of all medication used in North America, and they moved their data to the public cloud to improve touch points and lower response time. And finally, Wuxi Nextcode, they're a genomics company helping to improve health and support wellness. And they were able to complete a previously impossible calculation in 45 minutes using NetApp Cloud Volumes. And I'll go over architecture of Wuxi towards the end. Our biggest differentiator in the market is that we're managed and deployed through your cloud provider's console And we give you file services for Windows, Linux, or both Windows and Linux together, which is pretty unique. Today I'm going to talk about two versions of our Cloud Volumes product, and the first is Cloud Volumes on tap. We have customers that have used NetApp's ONTAP software in the past, and customers that have never heard of NetApp using this. It's easy to find in the marketplace and takes about 25 minutes to deploy in a single availability zone and across all availability zones. When I talk to users, they tell me their favorite things are the enterprise storage features that you're not able to get natively in cloud, and the pay-as-you-go true cloud fashion. It's extremely flexible. You choose your type of disks, and you choose your volume sizes. And it's a great way to either begin your cloud migration or finish up your cloud migration, because you can move your entire data footprint into AWS, but only pay a fraction of that data set amount because of our dedupe and compression. So EBS came out in 2008. So it's been in use for about 12 years. So that means there are cloud admins and operators that have been struggling without these features for a decade, right? So now they can consolidate massive data sets and watch their data footprint shrink. You can also be assured your data is safe and secure with snapshots and clones, right? My personal favorite is cloning development environments in seconds. It's extremely useful if you're doing cloud native development and doing and using CI/CD process, since everything can be automated. When you're a NetApp customer, you have access to a single pane of glass portal that allows you to see and manage your data and storage across any cloud and any NetApp device in your data center. So here you can deploy volumes in seconds or manage data replication. So another thing I want to add is we provide our cloud compliance service at no charge to our Cloud Volumes ONTAP customers. So you'll be able to see or be alerted about data compliance issues, which is a big deal now, but I believe we've yet to see how much more compliance restrictions are to come in our future. The next Cloud Volumes version is called Cloud Volumes Service. Think of this as NetApp's ONTAP provided as SaaS and supercharged. Imagine having the best features from NetApp along with the highest performance in cloud, and you don't have to manage or administer a thing. You log into your Cloud Console, you provision as many volumes as you want or need. You get to choose your desired performance or service level, but you're never locked into that performance or service level. This is perfect for anything that needs consistent performance, or databases or data sets that need different performance levels at different times. And I know we all have this issue, right? Let's say you have a data set that you do analytics on once a month, and you need extreme performance while you're running it. You don't have to move or copy, large data sets that take forever. You can automate that data volume to change the service level to the highest level you need for the minimum amount of time that you need it. You get snapshots, clones, and you get API access to change service levels, right? This means your applications determine their storage needs. So think about that for a second, right? What if your apps could control their performance needs? This is kind of the ultimate cloud maturity that we can achieve. So scenarios and workloads best suited for Cloud Volume Service. This is a little bit of an eye chart, but the point is there's so many use cases for Cloud Volume Service. I tell customers to try to find a reason they can't benefit from Cloud Volume Service. It's pretty hard to find one. right? Most companies have many proprietary enterprise or line of business apps dependent on file storage that are too costly, old, or risky to refactor that need to move to cloud. SAP environments, perfect example, key dependencies on file storage, high performance storage, and the difficulty and cost of eliminating this requirement usually isn't worth it. You have media rendering, oil and gas analytics. Many companies have hundreds of petabytes of storage associated with workloads that were previously unable to migrate to cloud until now because of our cloud storage services. High performance shared storage for apps that are built in the cloud, right? Cloud native applications, and perfect for persistent storage for containers and Kubernetes. So I told you I'd talk about the architecture of WUXI. So WUXI purchased a company called GMI, and I actually did a reInvent session with GMI you can check out on YouTube. But I love this use case, and I think we're going to see more of this in the future. So GMI has super expensive medical equipment that takes blood samples and does the gene sequencing. These huge medical devices require Windows storage only. It's all they can use. Because the analysis needs to be done in AWS by hundreds of large Linux instances, and because GMI doesn't want to manage servers or storage infrastructure on-prem in their locations, right? They mounted Cloud Volumes directly to their medical devices. Now, these files are huge, but the data is able to be processed in AWS within minutes. And so the architecture looks like this, right? So you've got on the left, the customer premise, they're mounting Cloud Volume service over the network into AWS. These are obviously SMB mounts, and this is kind of what the benefit of using NetApp Cloud Volumes is, that you're able to use the different protocols that are necessary. Not everything, we can't just have one, right? We have times we need both. So Windows to create the files, Linux to analyze the data, and it's kind of a perfect marriage of how we work in cloud and on-prem and together. So another service GMI leverages is data tiering to object store. You can imagine how much data they're working with, and they're able to reduce their footprint and cost using our tiering. So I talk a lot about reducing cost, and some of our customers take that savings, and that's great. But the majority of our customers use that savings to reinvest in more cloud services to help them do more and move faster, right? So you should always be optimizing in cloud, right? We're in a super unique place because we offer, the most crucial enterprise data management features across every cloud, whether it's public or private. We're both where you are now and where you will be. And just because, I can say, we're a leader in cloud, doesn't necessarily make it true because I say it, but this list certainly does make it true. We provide our public cloud services to 6 of the top 10 healthcare companies, 8 of the top 10 banks, 6 of the top 10 industrial companies, 8 of the top 10 tech providers, and 6 of the top 10 retailers, right? That's huge. I want to quickly give a glimpse into our future. So we're calling it Project Astra. It's the future of managing applications and data together as it should be, while allowing total flexibility. So it's designed for managing application and data portability with Kubernetes, right? The platform unlocks the power of Kubernetes to accelerate developer agility, drive business productivity, enhance IT operational efficiencies, like everything you need in today's world. And with Astra, you're finally able to achieve data-rich application mobility on-premise and in the cloud. So here's a little diagram of how it works. And it's a SaaS service. You register your Kubernetes cluster with Astra. And you're now able to back up and restore an application, a single application. You're able to take application consistent snapshots, right? Huge. And you're able to clone an application. This also allows you to move or restore applications into a Kubernetes cluster that's in a different region or a different cloud or a different on-prem location, right? This is you know, I believe a game changer, and I think everyone, you know, sees it that way. And with that, you know, I want to thank you for your time today, and you know, you can get started right now with the cloud products that I talked about by going to cloud.netapp.com, which is our portal that gives you access to manage all of your cloud services and connect to your on-prem devices. And you can also go to the AWS Marketplace. And with that, I thank you.
Great presentation, Jeff. Really love this idea of the NetApp cloud services and cloud volumes. So much you can do with it, so much potential there. So let's see, let's jump into some Q&A. And while we do that, I'm going to bring up this poll for the audience. It just says, what additional information would you like about the NetApp solution? And we'll leave that up. So first question that came in, James is asking, does NetApp primarily focus on life sciences?
No, it's not. You know, that's not a focus. We happen to have a lot of benefits for life sciences. You know, sometimes companies that have you know, the greatest data requirements, you know, can gravitate first into a lot of the new products. You know, our products are pretty mature now, and we're doing everything from, you know, large petabyte customers all the way down to you know, DR and recovery options for small and medium-sized businesses.
Okay, and I think you covered this one in your slide there, how NetApp is in, you know, 6 of the 10 top retailers and technology companies. They're asking any particular reason for a healthcare bias?
No. You know, I guess it's kind of, maybe it's my bias. Like I've done a lot over the last year and a half. A lot of my public talks have been around some of our healthcare customers. Some other folks at NetApp do a lot of stuff like media and entertainment. I think it's just where you kind of gravitate to. And I want to talk about. I think the GMI case study is very interesting, and because I did that reInvent session with them at the last reInvent, I just like what they're doing.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very demanding use case, you know, obviously for security and availability and everything like that. So, okay.
Yeah, I want to also mention too is there's a lot of innovation happening, and a lot of times, you know, even in the life sciences world, but with healthcare, you know, there's not an endless supply of money like there could be with ad tech or media or with retail. You know, they're definitely cost conscious, and you have to be more creative and flexible. And you know, that's what I like to see is, you know, how far can you go with a budget? So again, that's kind of why I'm touching on that.
Okay, nice. Another question here, they're asking, are there any limitations as to what can be cloned?
No. You know, because to us, you know, it's the data. So is there any more specifics on that? I don't know if we can actually ask again, but you know, no, you know, we're cloning the volume itself, right? Whatever's in that volume gets cloned.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, but feel free to follow up with us out there in the audience if you have a more specific question around cloning. Scott said, yeah, NetApp has an awesome product, so we love to hear that. Another question that came in, they're asking, or actually commenting first. I've seen analyst reports that file services in the cloud are seeing huge growth. Why, in your opinion, why is that?
So yeah, yeah, I definitely have an opinion on that. You know, there's something to be said about, you know, we haven't had cloud services until recently in cloud, right? I mean, cloud's been around for quite a while. You know, what would have happened if we had file to begin with, right? You know, the architecture, the cloud native applications would certainly be different and look different if we had that. But the technology just wasn't there. It was too difficult to have file services in cloud. And, we kind of relied on Object Store, and Object Store, is like, well, there's not a lot of, you don't get a lot of flexibility, right? You put it in Object Store, you get what you get. It's a fantastic option for what it is. But, we do need, we do have the need for high performance and those capabilities that file gives us. I think we've forgotten about, if you've been in cloud like I have for the last decade, you're not used to the file because it's just not there for you. You've had to work around it and you've forgotten about it a little bit. But that resurgence is because now it's there and people are like, oh, like, yeah, this is perfect. I don't have to refactor my apps, and I have databases that can leverage this, and I don't have to do so much to get even more benefit or more bang for my buck. And I think that's why.
Excellent. Next question, can I use the cloud volumes on tap on AWS without having NetApp hardware on-prem?
Absolutely, yeah. So we've got lots of customers that, we have customers that, through developer focused and, born on the web that, I talk to people that are like, what's a NetApp? And it's like interesting for me, I've been in the industry for a while. It's like, what, you don't know NetApp? They're like, no. And they can do pay as you go, and they set everything up, and, they're cloud only customers. So you don't have to be a NetApp customer. We want you to be a new NetApp customer.
I like that. All right. What is refactoring, and should I avoid it?
Gosh, it's a hot debate, right? I think if you're a consulting group, you may want to refactor. It's good for business. You don't have to. My opinion is I don't like refactoring, especially before moving to cloud, because it's like you're building a cruise ship in the desert, right? You want to be on the water. You want to be around those native cloud services to help you accelerate and to automate and to again, this whole thing about moving faster. If you're not going to re-architect or refactor in the cloud, I think you're kind of wasting your time and money. Some people say, well, yeah, but it's too expensive to lift and shift, but that cost savings will be huge very quickly as you do begin to re-architect that or refactor it in the cloud. But there's way too many applications out there for companies, even like NetApp. But there's companies that their revenue relies on applications that can be quite old and sophisticated, and it's not worth touching that when everything you need is now available in cloud.
Makes sense. Yeah, I like it. Another question here: how do I back up my cloud volumes?
So we have a few options actually. So if you have cloud volumes, let's just say you're using cloud volumes on tap in AWS. We actually have point-in-time recovery options that you're in full control of. And I think that's a big benefit for, if you're doing brand new applications, if you're moving existing applications, and or if you're moving your data or you're backing up your on-prem data to cloud, you're going to get these point-in-time snapshots that are available, and you're only adding what's changed, right, to these snapshots and to your clones.
Nice. So again, if people want to get started with NetApp Cloud Volumes and the NetApp Cloud Solution, they go to cloud.netapp.com. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Well, it's been really great having you on the event today. Excellent presentation, cool stuff that NetApp is doing there. Jeff, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the great questions, everyone.
For more information, like Jeff said, visit cloud.netapp.com and sign up. There's also an ESG white paper that's available there in the Handouts tab on how NetApp is transforming hybrid and multi-clouds into any cloud. All right, and it's now time for our final prize announcement. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Jose Vargas. Jose Vargas from California. Congratulations. And our final grand prize goes to Matthew Valamak from Nevada. Congratulations. Matthew Valamak from Nevada. Before you go, I want to remind you to subscribe to the 10 on Tech podcast over in the iTunes store. And then don't forget, if you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming EcoCast or Megacast, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And finally, don't forget we have another upcoming Megacast, and that is on up-leveling your security and networking capabilities. That event is in July, and it will have many sponsors here that you see on the list, many expert presentations, as well as 10 PowerBeats Pro wireless earphones and Amazon gift cards that we will be giving away on that event. I'm going to post all the prize winners from today's session in the questions box. I want to thank you to everyone out there in the audience for joining us on today's presentation. I hope that you learned a lot and had a great time. I know that I did. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.